Skill Lay going for that Aghanim Scepter has a Rod of Tatos, but again, like I mentioned, Mortha will never build, or will not ideally build, defensive items. It's going to be up to Lund to have those, and he has that Solar Crest at the ready for KSH. Perhaps they should go for a Glimmer Cape. Perhaps B-Rabbit should be creating that Crimson Guard, but no, B-Rabbit's content with the Hand of Midas and the Aghanim Scepter. Also has a Vessel. This is a very farmed up Brewmaster, all things considered. Ivory will jump towards that high ground. The Rebuke misses. Lun was there, but he is no longer there. Lun was able to spot out that Roshan attempt. It is underway, already down to about 40% of his HP. But YG are extremely close, and they will look for a fight. B-Rabbit on that front line will want to head in, throws out that barrel, and activates the split. It's towards that back line. Young PH once again going for that Shadow Demon. Disruption will not save him there, as it's a long-range ice path coming out by Lun. It's however Lun being traded out by that Phantom Assassin. Rapido is going to come immediately back into this game, as Roshan is going to make his migration towards that top side. It's the Phantom Assassin now caught out. He does have that BKB to activate and fight back against the Dragon Knight with, but he'll instead target Skill Lay. KSH is in though with the Searing Chains from that Replicate. Won't be able to hold that Phantom Assassin in. Roshan is so low that both of these two teams can't actually give this up. So it will come down to the BKB-less fight. As Young PH is inside of that pit, the Ember Spirit wants to Remnant in, but can't get that distance. KSH will end up grabbing that Aegis, and in the end, as the dust settles, YG will once again come out with the advantage. Things not really going the way of Ivory every single time. There is a consolidated team effort from both of these two sides. When both YG and Ivory clash at it with the best of what they have, it does seem like YG come out ahead. And it's surprising that that is the case, because you do have a Morphling who is not yet fully online, but will be soon. And that begs the question, when KSH is at his full force, what will Ivory do then? Because right now, it doesn't even seem like the team fights are close, even though you have a Phantom Assassin who is sitting at the very top of that net worth chart. It just seems like, I feel that the initiation capacity of YG has been stronger, despite of them not really having anyone that can disrupt the entire opposing team. Sure, you do have Young PH who will blink in, but he can only stun down one hero. Rapido can blink in with an AoE arena. You have the Golem that can follow up with that too. Mid lane, KSH able to take down that tower, but he has a shield rune. It's actually the Phantom Assassin who's going to dive on forward. Activates the BKB and will be able to take out Lun, but the question is this entirely worth it? Because you do have to consider that Aegis on KSH, and as the BKB from the Phantom Assassin wears off, Rapido will go down, and Ivory just had to scramble back. They'll have to cut their losses, and I fear that they may just be too many. With Teehee being approached by KSH, should be able to take the Warlock down, and even Drake will fall too. YG do lose out two of their heroes, but they're only supports. As Ivory choose to brute force the issue, but they got slapped back.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Not exactly a whole lot of room for error right now for Ivory because they are down 8,000 in terms of net worth anymore, and I fear that if they lose one more team fight, it's going to get really tricky. However, you do have the Phantom Assassin with that MKB. Maybe that will be enough to take out YG. Disruption comes out by Young P8. He's already found his mark. Will be able to take out Drake. Rapido will use the arena, but that's only to try and disengage from that position. It will be a 1-for-1 though. Lun has gone down, so it's not exactly something of no recourse. So skill lay will fall too, as this time around Phantom Assassin is able to turn things around. Rapido will actually end up surviving. Not only that, he'll get a double kill. It's actually going to be YG who will lose the fight. Phantom Assassin's damage output finally kicking in with that MKB and that Desolator. 10 stacks of the Deso on him. Ken will bottle himself up an illusion rune. Has the Shiva's Guard and the Sanjan Kaya, so Ken does have some pretty decent items to play with, as Ivory are going to go for a full 5-man smoke. Rapido, again, no more items past that BKB, but truly his only job in this game is to dish out the arena, actually capture as many heroes as they can, and maybe if you're lucky you can even find a skewer or two with that spear. It's however a Tormentor play with the Smoke of Deceit. They should be able to take it down pretty easily. They do have a Templar, and they now have that Demonic Lens kicking in for that Shadow Demon. B-Rabbit with the Assault Cuirass.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Both of these two teams are not really itching for a clash right now. They're just
Dire's bottom tower
trying to
is under
scout, trying to probe the other using territory, using map control.
Dire's structures are fortified.
YG did reveal one of their heroes towards that bot lane as they did Poco Tower, and I feel like Lun is going to stick around, or maybe no, they'll just use KSH to take the tower apart.
Radiant's top tower
We'll be able to
is
find
under
it.
attack.
And now actually, who would have thought that YG will have actually taken more towers down?
Tower has fallen.
Sure, they don't have that Aegis, but they also do have an MKB for KSH, so neither of these two heroes going to have much evasion to work with. Although I suppose the MKB is a bigger factor against the Phantom Assassin because the blur gives you more evasion than the butterfly does. So evasion is a more crucial factor for the Phantom Assassin's survival. They did spot out Ken, who also spotted out B-Rabbit. Ooh, Rapido's gonna miss the skewer, as that will give the opening for YG. One missed skewer and instantly punishment gets dished out. I don't think anyone more will actually get spotted out or go down. Phantom Assassin will teleport away. Deadshot really isn't gonna land. One kill on Rapido. It's okay, it's not exactly not exactly that massive, right? Rapido will respawn. He has been struggling quite a lot. I mean, you take a look at his net worth. He has 5,000 net worth behind his opposing offlaner, or 5,000 net worth behind the next number in terms of net worth, and it's just not a good position for him to be in. He's barely 4,000 ahead of the supports in this game right now. 8,600 for the net worth on the Jakiro, 8,000 on the Shadow Demon, 8,000 on the Mortha, and the Shadow Demon is, you know, his own teammate. So Rapido quite clearly has not been able to make as much happen as he has in the past. But there is a basher on that Phantom Assassin. There's a Daedalus up for young PH. As YG will go for a Smoke of Deceit, but unfortunately the way that they're walking makes me think that they're not really going to find anyone. There's no one really where they're heading into. Oh, that observer ward was planted down, and I think I saw them. It's going to be the Warlock. No, actually, the disruption comes out in the nick of time. He will still go down, but Lun has fallen too. It's the Phantom Assassin who will go on towards young PH, who will drop. And again, even the Brewlings are not safe at this point. The Phantom Assassin's BKB has worn out though. KSH is there and will jump on the PA instead and burst him down. Drake will go down too as Rapido comes in with a buyback. Unfortunately, it's not really going to do much. Apart from take out the Mortha, YG do lose 3 of their own heroes, but KSH is still going on strong. B-Rabbit, though, has no more ultimate, and so KSH will now blink in. Can force a walk back. Rapido is there with the skewer play, does bring the Morphling back, but KSH has the Manta Style and the Waveform out, and has plenty of HP to work with. In fact, he will just teleport away. They will call it a draw. And I'm not too sure about who comes out ahead, but what I do know is that when you have one carry on the team that survives that entire fight and one carry that does not, that's one easy way to assess the team fight recap. But even in the team fight recap, you do have about 2,500 gold and the majority of it going towards KSH. The majority of the damage also dealt by KSH. 10,500 experience. Ken did get caught, but he has plenty of escape tools. I don't even think he needed to Remnant out. He could have just used the haste rune and walked away. Second Roshan of the game is up for spawns, and it will send out a roar. So Ivory do know that this is happening. The only question is, are they going to respond? Oh, backline initiation. Young PH looking to make space. Was successful because KSH did pick up that Aegis, and Ivory, they don't want to walk back. They want to jump in. P-Rabbit will get bursted down. Phantom Assassin BKB is going to wear away. So the question is, will Ivory continue the fight? It does seem like Drake is positioned very aggressively, using the disruption on himself. It's actually Ken who's going to get bursted by the Adaptives. KSH on a wicked 6 streak. And it's now just up to the Phantom Assassin. However, it's Moss buybacks coming in from Ivory. They've been able to take down a 3 thanks to the buybacks. And now KSH is in trouble, but will actually make a play for the PA. Will be able to burst him down and has that Aegis. So in the end, without the Phantom Assassin, I don't think Ivory can actually take down YG. Morphling again has the waveform at the ready. Did not get skewered and will just waveform back. Has the vessel on him though, so in the end Ken will lose, or rather it'll be KSH who will lose the Aegis. Skewer to the wall once more, but has the Lincoln Sphere, has the Manta Style and the waveform. Will look to get back, is currently trying to retreat. not yet confident in his position to be able to contest against superior numbers. And in the end, Ivory had to claw their way back into that team fight. Quite literally, they had to use several buybacks, but or rather 2 buybacks, but were able to get the job done. I don't know if that's still going to be worth it though, because at the end of the day, without the buyback on Mr. Ken, you're not going to be defending your high ground. So all YG need to do, at least to gain themselves the next step in the lead, or the next biggest objective you can find, which is a high ground siege or maybe a set of barracks, that a kill on the Ember Spirit would enable you to do that. He will get bursted.
Never refuse gold given.
And YG, the way that they're posturing makes me feel like they want to go for that high ground, and they will. They'll actually place the banner and they'll come out with the split. Glyph is going to wear off, and it's actually not going to do anything because of the banner plays down. And the Stobber falls incredibly quickly right now. Oh man, these barracks, you can't hold on to them unless you're already here to defend. And they were not. But the question is, was YG going to get out of this scot-free? Ivory letting YG go in that position, I feel like they'll just do that again with another split once it's up. I mean, they have another split if they want to use it, but they'll probably just wait the 80 seconds.
Radiant are scared.
Ken. Searing Chains does capture KSH, but it's actually going to be Young PH. He's the one who needs to do the initiation. He's the only one that can blink in and stun someone down. But it's always going to be a support. That's what YG have been targeting the entire game. They need, or rather, they want to take out the Shadow Demon first because they don't want the possibility of the disruption. Taking out the Warlock is also a fair enough objective because at the end of the day, he has the Chaotic Offering. He has a BKB Piercing Disable, which is an AoE stun, so you don't want to get hit by that. So if you can take out the Warlock, if you can take out the Shadow Demon, those are going to be the biggest boosts to your team fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Split once again activated. KSS this time around not really poking that high ground, and it does seem like the Phantom Assassin was ready for this siege. B-Rabbit is going to detail it out of there. So no Raxus falling for Ivory quite just yet. Did get hit by the Shivas. So the end, it might just be a trade, but I'm not too sure if that's worth it because Roshan, he's now going to roar, but Ivory have to get back to the base. They might just give a mega crease just to be able to acquire the agents, and they're going to scramble back to their high ground. The chaotic offering will come down, but in the end, YG will be able to secure mega creeps, and Ivory will have to actually go for the Roshan play. Moss teleports coming in to try and defend Roshan. Skill Lay is going to buy back. Roshan still has not gone down. That's why Young PH is in the pit. Phantom Assassin activates BKB, tries to turn things around, but the agents will be snatched by Ivory, so they do have some bit of leeway, but their team isn't nearby. The Roshan agent has gone down. Phantom Assassin does have a BKB and will jump out of the pit. No nullifier to take out Lunwith, and it will just be Drake who'll go down first. Lun still going on strong. Ken's BKB is wearing off. Over on the other side, that PA held in might just end up going down to the Brewmaster as well as Skill Lay, and in fact does. Rabido will fall too, and I have a feeling that is going to be the final nail in that coffin. KSH recognizes the opportunity and he will seize it by heading towards that throne. For Ivory, they do have the buybacks on that Phantom Assassin. They have a buyback on the Warlock too, but none for Rapido. So no arena for about 90 seconds. It will be the Phantom Assassin up into the air. Drake will fall. Throne will collapse. GG will be called too. All the signs for Yango Galacticos coming through here. That play where Ivory were stuck whether to come back to the base or go for Roshan. Such a difficult decision considering how fast YG actually pushes. In the end, it just turned out to be a disaster both ways because they also, YG were able to get mega creeps and Ivory weren't able to take Roshan down. YG were still able to teleport back to their outpost and contest Roshan. Sure, the Phantom Assassin snatched that Aegis, but did die shortly afterwards. For YG, that was a pretty convincing game number 1 win, despite of the shaky early game start. Can they do it again to find a clean sweep against Ivory? Is going to be really hard considering the fact that Ivory have historically gone the third game against YG, so maybe they will again be able to find the comeback. Let's see if that will be the case as we resume with the EPL World Series Southeast Asia right after a short break. the EPL World Series Southeast Asia, where we have, this is the debut series, of course. YG are one game up though. Ivory were, well, bungled quite a bit in that previous game. Quite a few of you who were probably watching did just see the fact that YG had Ivory under wraps, off to acquire mega creeps while Ivory were busy trying to take down Roshan. But then YG even found their way inside of the pit after taking mega creeps. Certainly seemed like they had executed their strategy a whole lot better in that mid to late game. But it is an entirely different game, as YG will pick up similar heroes. At least in the form of that Dragon Knight, they'll have that Warlock, which Ivory were playing with, and they'll also go for that Spirit Breaker, something that is, or rather, something that they do play with from time to time. I wouldn't exactly put the Spirit Breaker to be an extremely strong hero in the meta, but maybe against the Morta he can do well. Against the Phoenix, I'm not too sure. There's no way the Spirit Breaker can break the egg or even help to break the egg. He's a melee hero with, honestly, not really that good of an attack speed.
5 seconds remaining.
Ivory do have the axe and the Abaddon, and once you initiate with that call and the Abaddon blinks on top of the axe to be able to take the target down, I doubt anyone that gets called can survive. At the same time, YG can disengage. They have the charge, so you can disrupt the call as well. You can drop the Chaotic Offering down. You have the heal. Dragon Knight probably isn't going to fall inside of the call, but a call into the Phoenix Egg and the calling from the Morta is going to be a lot, because that will then silence you, that you can't move, and you're going to be taking so much AoE damage. Abaddon is going to come in with that healing reduction. Abaddon is one of the best heroes against that Dragon Knight in that regard, so it does seem like Ivory, at least in my opinion, they do have a better draft, but that's only because I'm reading 4 heroes versus the 3. Let's see what YG have up their sleeve. It is going to be a Luna. I'm not too sure about this. I'm really not too sure about this. Sure, the Luna is really good against the Axe, because usually the Axe goes in for a call and leaves himself vulnerable to that Eclipse. But more than likely, Ivory, rather Rapido, will be going for that Blade Mail for the Axe against that Luna's Eclipse. And the real reason why I don't like the Luna is because she's one of the few range heroes which has such a low attack range. I think she has the lowest attack range of any range hero apart from the TA. So taking the egg down is going to be a bit of a task. Going 1-to-1 against the Abaddon, where your Eclipse may be good against Rapido, but your Eclipse against the Abaddon does not do anything. Because of that borrowed time, essentially the Eclipse means that the Abaddon will have a guaranteed way to restore himself back to full HP, right? Luna pops the Eclipse, you pop the borrowed time, suddenly all of those beams that were supposed to damage you heal you back up.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
YG on their last ban.
Radiant team ban.
Actually ban out the Viper.
Dire team.
Ivory will ban out the Razor,
Radiant team pick.
as YG will pick up the Underlord. Haven't exactly seen this hero all that often. I do recall Zoran playing it once or twice, but it's not Zoran, it's B-Rabbit right now, who had a phenomenal game on that Brewmaster. Ivory on their last pick. They need a mid laner.
10 seconds.
Huskar and Viper have been banned out away from them.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see who they'll actually go for.
Storms.
Actually going to be a Storm Spirit. This is one of Ken's more played heroes. I do think this is a pretty good storming game. There's no real reason there's no one that can actually silence you down. The only thing that you need to be afraid of are these melee stuns. the charge from Skill Lay, Young PH with the Dragon Tail, even B-Rabbit with the Root. But if you can stay alive and not get hit by those stuns, not to mention you can charge at the incoming charge from the Spirit Breaker with your own zap, and that breaks the charge. So, or disjoints the charge. Yeah, you don't get stunned. I think this is a pretty phenomenal Storm game. I think it would have been an even better Puck game, but I'm not exactly. I don't remember if the Puck was banned or not. But this is honestly pretty good. I would definitely give the edge to Ivory's draft just simply because of this last pick. It does seem like the Storm Spirit should have a free game here. Overall carry to carry matchup, it can go either way. If past 35 minutes, I favor KSH on the Luna rather than the Abaddon. Early to mid game though, that's always going to be a bit of a critical. It's always going to be a bit of an X factor because of the Storm Spirit. If the Storm Spirit has a good laning phase, a good game overall in the early to mid phase, probably will be able to carry this game for his team. But if he doesn't, if this Dragon Knight does pop off, then maybe an early Orchid or Maid Slayer or something to give some utility to disable that Storm Spirit is going to go a long way. Oops, there we go.
I said good day, sir. Oh, yes.
That was my bad. Accidentally dropped my phone. Have fun to the Dragon Knight only. That's interesting.
Seconds to battle.
Someone was asking whether or not there's going to be a position 5 ABBA. Well, probably you got your answer once the last pick came out, right? But if it wasn't clear, it is the Abaddon on the carry position.
The battle begins.
Mortha is the support here in this scenario. 3 bounty runes actually being picked up by Ivory. Rapido was able to grab one towards that top side. It is Drick who is very low. KSH is also lower. Who's going to fall first? It is the Fairy Fire that is going to give KSH the edge over Drick. He will draw first blood, will get traded out, but in the end that is going to be more than worth it for Yangon Galacticos. As Rapido will walk back into the lane. Getting 3 bounty runes as well as the first blood would have given Ivory a massive lead from the start. Something that they would have been happy with, or, you know, just a bit less apprehensive as a result of, because they're down a game right now. So they do need a win, at least in order to stay in this best of 3. It's still the very first day of the group stage. A loss over here doesn't really matter as much, but a loss to YG does matter, because both of these two teams pretty much evenly skilled. Both of these two teams have a fair amount of rivalry against the other. 1,000. Well, I mean, the net worth advantage doesn't really matter at this point. It's the CS that is important, and both of these two offlaners are struggling in the CS department. Or rather, no, it's actually the carry from Ivory who's struggling in the CS department. The Abaddon only has about 6 CS compared to the 9 that everyone else has. It does have a higher amount of denies compared to everyone else, so I suppose that's at least something. But it's hard to actually find denies against the Underlord. He just has too high of a base damage and also gets more damage from the atrophy aura. Ken is doing okay. Actually, much better than I expected. He has 18 CS, so he's probably only missed a few CS in this lane. Young PH does not have a single deny. So this does look to be building up to a good Storm Spirit game. Let's see if he can keep this up once the 6-minute power runes spawn. Right now it's only the 3-minute mark, so it's easy to find the early lost hits with just the remnants. But when mana conservation becomes an issue, that is when things will truly be tested for Ken. Young PH, though, he doesn't seem like he's going for that bottle. Actually bringing forth a blood grenade for himself. Is interesting. Don't normally see the blood grenade coming in this early. 15% slow for about 5 seconds is decent, I suppose. But can he get a kill with this is the big question. KSH with the fatal bonds should be able to push back Rapido. I do think this is going to be a bit of a static early game. It was static in that last game too. Ivory were just getting kills across the board. They got 4 kills by the 5-minute mark. I don't think the scenario is going to repeat. Skill late will be okay, I suppose. Ken will come back. Not really too much is going to happen, I suppose, early on. I wonder what item Young PH is going to go for, though. That is on my mind. Is it going to be the Mace Slayer? Is it going to be the early Blink Dagger? Is it going to be an Orchid? Or is it going to be all 3? That's certainly not out of the ballpark quite just yet. Rapido walks back. 6-minute power rune is going to spawn.
Radiant are scanning.
It's actually going to be towards that top side. Lun picks it up. As Young PH
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
does walk back. Seven-minute Shrine of Wisdom play coming in by Teehee as well as Drake. Skill Lay will have to abandon that shrine as it will be picked up by Ivory.
is under
They now have a 2000 net worth advantage as well as a Shrine of Wisdom advantage.
Dire's bottom tower.
Skill Lay is level 2. He is level 2.
Worse.
Does now his level 3. So the second time I said level 2 did not have the added emphasis that I was giving in. But a level 3 Spirit Breaker is not a good sign for a hero that is supposed to be making space around the map. You know, the idea is that you charge in, the idea is that you start going for some bulldoze plays. Right now, it's Young PH who is in trouble. T though, he'll go down first. Rapido is coming in with the Battle Hunger and is able to slow down Young PH enough so that Young PH will go down. But KSH comes in with the Eclipse that will push back at Ivory. In the end, it will be a 2-for-1. But I don't think that is worth it for the side of Yangon Galacticos. They used the Eclipse. They lost their Dragon Knight. Sure, you did get a lot of experience for Skill Lay, and I mean, truly, a lot of experience. He went from level 3 to level 4. Young PH, once again back into the lane, very close to his Blink Dagger. Once he has that, I think that he will start to make some plays around the map. Maybe with B-Rabbit having the gate available soon. I mean, he could have chosen to have the gate, but he went for... He's actually holding that skill point. He still hasn't used his 6th skill point yet. Tier 1 tower is going to go down.
Tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Drake. Observer Ward, Wand does have quite a bit. Well, I mean, for a support. I mean, the boost of speed certainly helps him to rotate around. Not really all that relevant of information. I'm just trying to give an overview, considering there's not too much that's happening around the map. The tier 1 tower towards that top side has gone down, so at the very least, Ivory, again, they're off to opening that map up. Young PH in a world of trouble, and this time around, there is no help coming. Rapido will be able to pick up the kill, and with this, perhaps Ivory will stack up against this tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And there's not really too much that
It's under attack.
YG can do to defend this. They don't have the blink. They actually, Young PH actually went back for the armlet instead of the blink dagger. Perhaps needing that extra edge, that extra HP and armor to survive against these incoming ganks. But the question is, if he's not the one doing the initiation, who is? Is it the Spirit Breaker charge that they're going to be relying on? Is it the Fiend's Gate? Is it the Chaotic Offering? Because two of those three are unreliable. Even the Underlord's initiation isn't really that reliable. You see the gate coming in on your minimap, even if you're, the enemies. You see where the Underlord is coming from, and you see where he's going. Charge by Skill Lay is not really going to go anywhere.
Axe goes. 3,000
net worth advantage right now for Ivory. And I'm not suggesting this is big, but it is pretty big
Dire's
for the 12-minute mark. Especially taking all 3 tier 1 towers down, that is also massive. You see the Underlord B-Rabbit, he is really not having a good game. Only about 4,000 in terms of net worth. Does not have any item to help his team out with when they're faced with these pushes coming in.
under attack.
Rapido does not have a blink, so Young PH is safe because of that. The Abaddon will pick up the Sacred Relic, the first component of his Aghanim's, or rather his Radiance. Could be charged here, and in fact he is going to get charged, and there are 4 heroes around. This Abaddon should go down. Will not even use his borrowed time because he realized his life was going to be forfeit regardless. And so YG will pick up a big kill. 6,000 net worth of a kill there, which means that they got essentially 700 gold from that entire exchange. They only got about 500, but the Abaddon lost about 150. Will push his Radiance timing back a bit too. Not really going to delay it too much because it's still going to be a decently timed Radiance around that 15 to 16 minute mark.
Dire are scattered. Dire's courier has been killed.
Rest is for the dead.
Rapido is also spending time roaming around the map rather than farming. He could just, farm up to get his Ring of Taras, but I think he's going to stick around in the triangle to get all of these creeps. Mid lane, Young PH. Is he in trouble? It does seem like it. Rapido is going to come in with a call too, and that should be a dunk coming in anytime. Rapido will be able to pick up a killing spree by taking Young PH out. As YG a bit too slow with the responses. Even Lone could have come in earlier for the Shadow Word, but I suppose they just did not expect the Dragon Knight to be encroached upon by Rapido by the axe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Haste.
Ken? Won't charge in.
Bottom tower is under attack.
There are too many heroes nearby from YG for Ken to be able to go in like that. Egg? Walls planted down. Vortex is going to disable the Dragon Knight, but it won't be enough. The egg will fall. He will go down. The Abaddon borrowed time is going to come in. B-Rabbit, though, hanging on in his Firestorm. It's going to be Ken who's getting hit by the bash. Ken will fall. Eclipse on top of Rapido, who does not have a Blade Mail. Rapido will try to run, but as soon as KSH runs out of that silence from the Mask of Madness, we'll have another Lucent Gleam coming in. The Blood Grenade as well as the Bash coming in from Skill Lay will mean the end of that dominating streak. It's going to be KSH who will pick that up. And once again, YG, somehow, some way, when they're looking down, they're able to fight back and claw their way to a comeback.
Radiant are scanning.
1100 gold going the way of YG there. With a lot of it for, or rather, no, Luna didn't actually get much of it, only 92. It was the Dragon Knight, Young PH, who end up with around 600, and he has that Blink Dagger now.
Attack.
It's a charge on that Abaddon, 24 seconds without that borrowed time available. Rapido still has not respawned. KSH has fallen towards that top lane, so they need to get this kill in order to make this worth it, and they will.
Radiant
Carries being traded out across the board. At this point, it's not going to be... They're not going to be too unhappy about this.
Dire
Drake, is he going to go through the gate? They're waiting for him. Oh, they see Drake coming in. Unfortunately, Drake is going to come out to a surprise. they'll be able to take Drake out, and maybe with the kill on the Mortar, they can pressure, or rather, in fact, break this tier 1 tower. It's very low already.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Rapido does have the pipe. Ken has the Guardian Greaves. This is what most Storm Spirits, most mid laners, in fact, are going for nowadays.
Has everything at the fire.
Roshan is going to go by uncontested as it appears. No one really coming to take a fight. It's hard against the Egg. It's hard against the Call in the borrowed time. Everything up for Ivory. This is their prime time. And with Ken in possession of that Aegis, he has that second life. We'll actually go for a long range zap. Skill Lay is a goner. Ken to end up with 10 galvanized charges. And with 5 minutes on that Aegis, they can at least take out 2, if not all 3 of these tier 2 towers.
Is under attack.
I'm not sure about this for Young PH. This is a very awkward position. He's going to try and reposition himself, but there is a Storm Spirit nearby. Ken is going to go for a long range zap and will actually catch Young PH. Young PH was going to try and desperately make his way through the gate, or rather through the portal, but it will not happen. That was an overly ambitious Dragon Tail that did not have any purpose, and he still chose to throw it out on that Abaddon in a position where he had no one nearby. No one could have come to help, apart from maybe B-Rabbit, who could have come through the gate, but
Tower is under attack.
it was just an unnecessary use of the stun in the first place.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
B-Rabbit uses the pipe, but there's no way he's getting out. The only question is, who is the kill going to go to? It will be Rapido, who will dunk upon B-Rabbit.
Radiant's middle tower has
Crimson Guard up for him as well, and it does seem like this time around what enabled YG to win those fights is not going to come into play, because you have the Crimson Guard, you have the pipe. Essentially all of the physical damage from YG and all of the magical damage too is going to be absorbed for the first 2 to 3 seconds, maybe even more, because quite frankly YG don't exactly have too much physical damage to begin with. KSS is going for that Aghanim Scepter so that he'll have the AoE Eclipse. But does that do anything against the Abaddon is the big question. They can force the borrowed time out though, pretty easily. Abaddon is one of those strength, or rather one of those universal heroes that doesn't actually have too much HP. Even at that level 13 mark, he only has about 1400 HP with the Null Talisman, the branch, as well as the magic wand. So it's clearly not a lot of HP available. The Luna has more. Sure, you have the Aghanim Scepter, so you have around 400 there. But even if you take that out, and the wand, still has more HP than the Abaddon does. Which is a bit absurd when you think about it, considering the fact that Luna is not a universal hero. She is a Agi, or rather an agility-based hero. Skill Day is dead. Once again, in the world of Dota, the cows come to you for slaughter.
structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Huzzah!
Tier 2 tower
Dire's bottom tower
is going to go down.
has fallen.
Rapido will have a blink dagger up now, and things will get suddenly very dangerous for YG. If they get caught with that blink, they will go down. They have an observer ward in that triangle. They're waiting for anyone to come in. It'll be Ken who'll actually zap back into his triangle. He'll catch Lun. The Dragon Tail will come in, so too will the charge. They might be able to take Ken out, but the shield comes in from the Abbot. YG will try and just run away, but the Phoenix comes in with the dive. Young PH can choose to activate that BKB and turn it around on towards that egg. They'll be able to take that egg out. Skillay is still alive. He will go down, but with Rapido coming in, this will mean that 3 heroes from Yango Galacticos will lose their lives. B-Rabbit is going to be the last casualty. Oh, maybe not. It's KSH who'll throw down the Eclipse. It's a long-range Eclipse, but again, the Abaddon is able to absorb the damage. YG, what are they thinking? Oh, Young PH is going to fall, the 4th hero to die. And really, that Aghanim Scepter Eclipse, I fail to see what purpose it would have served in that position. With the borrowed time still up from the Abaddon, that Eclipse was always going to be soaked.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Enemies need killing.
Rapido,
Dire are scanning.
haven't exactly seen a use of the Blink Dagger so far, but then again, they didn't exactly need to use the Blink. YG simply gave themselves up on a silver platter. And Drake almost has the Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant
Now, when you take a look at the net worth, Drake almost has overtaken that Underlord. There's barely 1,000 net worth behind him. And it's not really working out too well for Young PH either. It's again, as expected, essentially a free game for the Storm Spirit, and things are not going to get any better for YG. This is only going to get a better and better Storm Spirit as time goes on. There's really nothing, no utility stopping him currently. Young PH is itemizing like a carry Dragon Knight. Skill Lay, quite simply, hasn't had the game where he can build anything up. KSH is going for the pseudo carry Luna, and even the B-Rabbit is going for that Aghanim Scepter. Sure, the Aghanims does help you root the storm down when you plant down that pit. It's a pretty good ability. Skill Lay once again beheaded in his own jungle. As Teehee will disconnect. Teehee will need to reconnect soon. I'd say soon, but they have their time, and I don't think I've ever seen someone not reconnect in an EPL game, right? I believe teams do bring in some contingency, some backups. I'm assuming that because I've never seen a disconnect, or rather, I've never seen someone fail to reconnect. So I assume that they do have things in place for this.
I said good day, sir.
There we go. Teehee reconnects into the game.
Axe will make something useful with your bows.
Young PH barely manages to blink away. Won't be caught by Rapido. But it does seem like YG are massively on the back burner. 12,000 of a net worth advantage for Ivory currently. They're waiting for Roshan, and once they have that Aegis, that second Aegis, alongside that banner, they'll probably make a play towards that high ground. It is a difficult high ground siege. I'm not going to argue there. Against the B-Rabbit's Scepter, against the Luna's Scepter Eclipse, against the Dragon Knight, it's a difficult high ground siege. They will pop the Eclipse though to take out Teehee, but that's all they found. Rapido is there with a two-man call as B-Rabbit is in a very difficult position, is going to try and teleport away, but unfortunately he is not going to be possible. Or it is not going to be possible. 18 to 10, 13,000 net worth advantage. They used the Eclipse to just bring down the Phoenix.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Young PH is very brave, I would say. Realizes that they need to commit a lot to be able to take him down, but YG do not have the Eclipse right now, so they do need to be a bit careful about that. KSH going for that butterfly next. I think these next few items for KSH, I mean, if you can get to the next few items, should be able to get to the butterfly. But if you can get to your next 2 or 3 items, perhaps you can turn the game around. At the end of the day, Luna is a late game carry. Sure, the Abaddon does do really well at that, peaks around that 35-minute mark. But around that 40-45-minute mark, I would expect KSH to be stronger. And that's, again, not counting in the X factor that is a Storm Spirit. YG are not in a position to contest Roshan, so they will let it go, or be forced to let it go. There's that second Aegis for Ken. Banner for Drake. And they should be pressing upon that high ground now. Well, not now, I suppose. They want to go for some plays. There's a regeneration rune on the Storm Spirit. Ken sees Young PH. He will go in for the zap, building up the space for Rapido to come in for the call. You do have B-Rabbit coming in from the side. He has not used his pipe. He's waiting for... Or rather, no, he never used the pipe. Young PH lost so much HP to that Storm Spirit. Ken with the coming in with the Parasma, as well as the Remnants, the Overlord, all of that magical damage.
Radiant structures.
And no pipe being used by B-Rabbit.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I don't know if that would have been enough for the Dragon Knight to survive, but might as well have tried. As I can tell you, without the Dragon Knight, there is no chance that you are going to be able to defend your tier 3s. Skill Day will actually charge towards Ken. It will be KSS who uses BKB just to be able to teleport away B-Rabbit in incredible amounts of danger. Will go down. Barracks is currently being besieged. No one really there to stop the barracks play. Skill Day helpless at the moment. And even though Young PH does initiate upon Ken, there is an Aegis on the Storm, so it will really not do anything.
Middle barracks has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
tier 2, or rather tier 3 tower, the second one broken apart. KSH does not have the BKB, but he has the Eclipse. He'll try to throw it down to do what little he can, but in the end, it will be just that. Little in the way to stop Ivory. Aegis was taken out, but young P8, he gets spotted out towards the side. Activates his BKB, but the question is, where is he going? There are 3 heroes on top of him. YG cannot come to his aid, and in the end, it is going to be yet another dunk.
I said good day, sir.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Does feel like it was a bit of an outdraft, as Young PH is going to call GG. YG will lose that second game despite of a sliver of hope coming around that early to mid game when they did win one singular fight, but that's all it was. One fight. The rest of the game belonged to Ivory as they played it simply better in the draft. They also played it better on that mid lane. The Storm Spirit was just uncontested the entire game. And there were quite a few mistakes being made from YG in scenarios where they didn't have to press the issue so much. At the end of the day, though, a team like YG can just brush off their mistakes. They can come at it with a fresh perspective and be better off for it. Who is going to be better, though, is the big question as we head on to the final game in this best of 3 in the debut series of the EPL World Series Southeast Asia. We will resume with that third and final game right after a short break. versus Ivory going at it in this third and final game, as YG do have a Ringmaster, a Clockwork, and a Shadow Fiend on their lineup. Meanwhile, Ivory have an Omni Knight, Gyro, Sky Wrath, Mage, and an Axe.
5 seconds remaining.
Ivory with the... I have seen a lot of Omni Knights being picked up. I haven't seen a lot of teams being able to make the Omni Knight work. Now, the toolkit suggests that the Omni Knight is, fundamentally a sound hero. Although Ivory will be trying to play this Omni Knight on that carry position. Can the Omni Knight beat the Shadow Fiend? I think with the repel... I think with the repel coming in, you can essentially dodge out that Requiem damage, and I think YG will most likely play the Shadow Fiend on that mid lane. They pick up a Razor.
Dire team ban.
The Razor is a great hero against both the Axe and the Omni Knight. But Ivory also have a Gyrocopter, so this might actually be a Gyro... Yeah, I'd actually take it back. This is probably just a Gyrocopter carry and an Omni Knight either on that offlane or as a support. I see as an offlane because there have been times where you play the Axe as a support too. I think Ivory have done it before. Is this the game to do it again? I'm not so sure. Because if you do go for this kind of awkward offlane with 2 melee heroes, then what's stopping YG from running a Razor as their carry and just dominating their safe lane with that? I think those are going to be the critical points that Ivory will need to address in their draft. Their mid lane pick has to be superb, kind of like that previous game. Is still a pretty good Storm game, but you do have a bit more control for the Storm Spirit this time around. You have that hook shot, you have the Ringmasters, Tame the Beasts, that Whiplash that comes in. I have no idea why they don't call it the Whiplash instead of Tame the Beasts for some reason, but I mean, I get why you have why it's Tame the Beasts. You have in the circus you have the lion and you have the whip and then you tame the lion. I suppose that's where it comes from, but Tame the Beasts has always sound like a mouthful, if I'm being honest.
5 seconds remaining.
YG will ban out the Queen of Pain and they ban out the Puck. So they leave the Storm Spirit for Ivory to pick up if they want to go for that. In fact, Ivory will ban out a Storm themselves. So this is most likely going to be an Ember Spirit coming out by Team Ivory, or maybe even a Void Spirit, but one of the two. Although 3 melee heroes may not be that good, but I think an Ember can make it work. And I think they've geared up for this. The Searing Chains plus the Mystic Flare combination is what Ivory are going to be playing with. As YG pick up a Centaur, Ivory have the Ember Spirit open in the field. Are they going to be going for that? Is a pretty good hero against a Razor as well as a Centaur. You can use the Searing Chains to block that Centaur's escape. You can Remnant out of the Razor static link or even the Shadow Fiend's Requiem range or maybe even the Cogs. This is a phenomenal Ember Spirit game for Ivory. Let's see what they go for though. In the end, it is up to them and what they think best suits their draft. Could very well be the Void, could be the Invoker if I'm being honest. But an Ember would give them the necessary catch. The setup for their Mystic Flare with. Now they do still have a setup with the Axe, so they don't necessarily need the Ember for that. And there is a problem with both the spirits, the Ember and the Void. It's the fact that you have the Escape Act. So Searing Chains will be broken and so too will the Ether Remnant. As Ivory, they will not go for the Spirits, they will not go for the Invoker, they will go for the Leshrac. As Ken will pick up the Misanthropy facet. I have seen his facets scaled down as teams now prioritize the other one. Well, some teams do. Misanthropy facet is at the end of the day that heavy damage dealing spell on the Leshrac won't have that tower pushing potential. In fact, their tower pushing early on is incredibly weak. We saw in the first two games where Ivory tried to go all in for the towers early on, and it worked out really well in that second game. Was also working out well in that first game, to be fair. But this third game, they won't have that, because who's going to be pushing these towers if you have the Misanthropy facet? It's a slow burn on those towers. It is going to be a gyrocopter carry. Rapido, Drake, Axe, and Skyrath Mage. That's okay. I think Omni Knight as a support can also work out if the whole idea is that you're going to be dropping down the repel. Young of Galacticos, though, I would say that they have the better draft. I think on that mid lane, Shadow Fiend wins against the Leshrac because sure, you have that edict, but are you going to be eating so many raises just to be able to close the gap and damage Young PH with your edict? I don't think that is going to be the case. And you have the Stampede. So honestly, if Young PH is able to set up for his Requiem, I don't see Ivory's mid laner and their support, the Skyrath Mage, surviving after that, or surviving the Requiem damage. I just think it's all a bit too much. Not to mention, you're playing with a Clockwork, so that Blade Mill is going to be a natural deterrence towards Ken. I think this is going to be a game where you may even see B-Rabbit going for a Blade Mill. Honestly, even KSH going for a Blade Mill does not sound that bad, but I doubt he will go for it because you want that mid to late game insurance against the Gyrocopter too. I think at the end of the day, you need to itemize like a carry on the Razor, and then you can build up a Blade Mill on the Clockwork, or maybe even a Centaur. That is a huge Clockwork. That is okay. I did not know Clockwork stood that tall.
Prepare for battle.
Acts like this very much.
Tell me someone saw it. Tell me someone saw it.
You should run. Yes.
Game will be paused, but we should be resuming into it shortly. As we have in the pause, yeah, Young PH will reconnect instantly. But they'll need a second or two. I don't know why I'm giving you the audio, the dub for the subtitles. Because you guys can see the messages on your screens too. I will reduce the in-game volume just ever so slightly. Do let me know if it's still fine for you, or if you guys would prefer me increasing it. Go call will be sounded out,
Charges.
but
Like this very much.
KSH
Not what you expected?
needs a bit of time. That's okay. At the end of the day, you have your own designated pause time, so using your pause time is not...
Acts like this very much.
Not what you expected? Rattle 'em, yeah!
I'm getting too old for this horse shit.
Well, the game has been resumed.
Not what you expected?
Nah.
30 seconds to battle.
Both sides did go for a smoke of deceit play, but neither side is actually going to be achieving much
Battle begins.
from it. Young PH will pick up the bounty rune. It's an awkward spot for the Shadow Fiend to walk into. He didn't exactly see what he was walking into because his observer ward is all the way here. Meanwhile, this entire area had no vision, so Young PH is certainly taking a brave risk to secure the bounty. Let's see what this mid lane holds for us as both Ken and Young PH throw out their only spells.
I'm getting too old for this horse.
But again, Ken shouldn't get hit by too many raises. At the same time, Ken is content by getting hit by the raises because Young PH has dropped a lot of his HP to try and pressure Ken. Also getting slowed down, but will dodge that split earth, unable to secure too many lost hits in the lane, but does get the 2. Ken was able to find the 2 denies. So this is probably going to be a very feisty mid lane, probably a fun mid lane to play if you're either Young PH or Ken here. 2 evenly matched mid lane players. With I would give the edge ever so slightly to Young PH, just simply based on tempo.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I think mechanically, laning phase, the expertise of the laning phase, I think that much is pretty much even. Over on the bot lane, you do have a Razor and a Clockwork, and that means that Rapido can't play as aggressive as he would normally like to with an axe. Skywrath Mage can sure drop down a few spells, but at the end of the day, if Lun catches up to you and catches you in the cogs, the static link will follow from KSH. The plasma field will get sent out, and there is no way you can escape from that. Drick will go down, Rapido will go down, irrespective of how much HP his hero possesses. It's just impossible to play this lane up close and personal, but it's not even towards that bot lane, it's actually towards that top side. Teehee is also in danger. The gyrocopter has already fallen. Teehee will be able to get the trade on skill lay, but in the end, first blood was drawn by YG, so they're going to be more than happy with that. Being able to get the first blood and get it on the carry, that is a double win.
Has been killed.
Young PH. A lot of creeps pushing in towards Ken. Young PH, though, will be pushed back because of that teleport. However, he can't go back. Drake coming in with a concussive shot. Young PH did not have the movement speed and he had overextended. He thought he had the advantage because of that double wave pushing in. That advantage was just snatched away from him by Drake. And for YG, truly, Young PH is only on about 9 lost hits compared to Ken with the 15 and Ken with the assist. Ken should be ahead and should be feeling pretty dominant here, even though Ken can't actually stack up and needs to be very careful. Was able to land that split earth, so Young PH can't find that lost close range raise against him. Ken will have to wait for that 4-minute water rune. There's just nothing else he can do. As I expect Drake to rotate towards that mid lane to secure that 4-minute water rune towards that bot side. Young PH again playing this so incredibly aggressive. Does have another water rune sip. Lun is also coming in. as Drake throws out his concussive shot, but with Lun arriving, I think that should be the water rune secured for Young PH. At the same time, towards that topside skill lay, he's lying in wait. Ken, he is about to run into a bait, but will actually not decide to go for it. Able to avoid that gank. Skill lay does come in, has the whiplash, but does not have enough damage to take Ken out. Another lightning strike being used. There are 3 1 charges up for Ken, so it does seem like he's gonna stay alive, but can he actually win the exchange? He does, but still loses his life. I think that's fine, because for Ken, he got the solo kill experience, he also got the gold, and he went back to the fountain. He's gonna return with full HP and mana, so I think he's gonna be pretty happy about that. No experience being given to skill lay is going to hurt him. I mean, the gold is great, but it's not what you want as a support. As a support, the primary benefit that you gain, the power spikes that you get, will always be from the experience you're able to get, and not from the gold from any kills or even farm. Drake is going to come in once again towards Young PH. Split Earth is going to land, and Young PH is going to drop despite of the fairy fire kicking in. He can't survive past that. Lun did arrive, but a bit too late. And at the end of the day, Ken is able to play around with the aggression from Young PH. He is trying to play this, just trying to pressure the Leshrac as much as he can, but he's not able to with Drake nearby. And this is great because Drake realizes that there's not too much he can get done against the Razor. KSH essentially has a completely free lane, so might as well rotate, might as well make space for your Leshrac. As Rapido has done a phenomenal job at actually keeping up with lost hits. He has gone back in the jungle quite a few times to secure those side camps, but all in all, this isn't domination. This is actually not that good for YG. If they're not able to shut down the Axe with a hero like the Razor, and the Axe is just able to farm up 37 lost hits on the board, don't know how many of those are neutrals, but still quite a lot of lost hits, and sure enough, much more than what the Centaur has.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Lun needs to be careful. Rapido is actually going to go down. KSS will be able to draw that kill. 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom Steel will not be secured though. Skill Lay will end up going down. Next, KSS will be lucky to make it out of this one alive. And that's if he can. Drake was about to get his concussive shot, and Ken is nearby, has a level 3 in the lightning. Can they close the gap for that Split Earth? It doesn't seem like it. KSS just simply has too much movement speed, but in the end, it was a Shrine of Wisdom secured for Ivory. They don't let it go towards Young Galacticos. They also got 2 kills from that. So I think that's a win for Ivory. Lun will get hit by the concussive. Silence comes out though from the Skywrath Mage. Ken should be able to pick up that kill with another Pulse Nova. Young PH though trying to use a Requiem, was able to unleash it, but the repel came in from Teehee, and Young PH, he can't get a kill. In fact, he has been captured. All 4 of Ivory are nearby. Drake throwing out the last few words as he can. Young PH will fall. He will go down before he does. But again, that is the 3rd death for this Shadow Fiend. And for Ivory, they're able to, every single time, overwhelm him with the sheer numbers. They expect him to play aggressive, and instead of matching the tempo, they just fall back. They just play as defensive as possible. 4,000 net worth for KSH, though he is, of course, expectedly the one that's doing the most favorable out of anyone else in the game because he's not had to fight. Even in his lane, he's not had any contest. He's just been free farming the entire time. Ken? Once again, young PH gets caught. He'll take Ken out with him as he goes. Lone is going to be in a bit of trouble. He does have Drake close in through the cogs, but it's Drake who will run forward once the cogs end. Skill Lay will go down next, as Drake will end up with a killing spree. And for Young Galacticos, there should be a wake-up call that Young PA should now just play it safe, go back to farm. He needs an item, he needs the Yasha, anything at this point, because quite honestly, Ken's having the time of his life. B-Rabbit does not have a Stampede available, but will fall back. So he won't get hit. At the same time, Ken does come in. Split Earth is going to be there as well. B-Rabbit turns around, has the Blade Mail as well, and that will deter Ken. He won't go for that play. In fact, the Gyrocopter call down also came down, but I think that B-Rabbit was able to make a bit of space for himself there. He fell back early on. Certainly nice intuition kicking in. Young PA should be able to find his recovery thanks to these stacks. In fact, he's actually ahead of the Leshrac technically in terms of net worth. These are a lot of stacks he just got from his team. Oh man, those are that's his entire Yasha build up. I think those were like 4 or 5 stacks he took on the ancient stack, and then he also got a 2 or 3 hard camps, small camp stacks. So a lot of gold going his way. Ken does not have a blink dagger, has gone for the Kaya himself. It doesn't have it. Will pick up the amplified damage rune.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Five to 10 right now. KSH has the Maelstrom, is going for that Mjolnir, and Rapido is actually doing pretty well too. He has the Blade Mail as well as a Vanguard. He's just been farming away.
Dire's middle
At the same time, there is a bit of a mid lane clash, but that's, well,
Radiant's
again, it was just a bit of it. Teehee?
Radiant's Radiant's middle tower
Oh man, I
is
actually
under
really
attack.
love Teehee's nickname. No Shrine of Wisdom contest occurring at the 14-minute mark. Turns out YG, they have adjusted. They're now playing this more passive. Young PH realizes that he can get twice as much farm rather than trying to get kills. Because that is what the Shadow Fiend is capable of at the end of the day. Just, you can take out an entire creep wave with 2 raises, and because you have so many souls, you can take out a creep wave with... Honest, you can take a melee creep out with just 3 hits of the Shadow Fiend. So that's... And this is just when he has, you know, level 2 in the presence of the Dark Lord. His Necro Mastery is also not hit the full force yet. He now gets a 3 damage per soul.
Dire's bottom tower
You can already see how much damage it gets infused into the Shadow Fiend because of this. And so Shadow Fiend is just a monster at farming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not in service to imbalance. Max runs.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hookshot comes in from Lund. They were waiting for that one, and they found the right initiation. Lund will go down, but they've secured the big prize. Requiem will be thrown out by Young PH that will allow them to disengage. But Rapido, he didn't get hit by the Requiem. Beer Rabbit will have to throw out the Stampede to allow your IG to disengage, and it will be a successful disengagement. And a good kill. Pretty much. I mean, you're going to sacrifice your support for the mid laner every single time.
Is under attack.
And every single time, it will be just as worth it. A show of force towards the middle lane still. In a bit of a stalemate. As long as Ken is in there, it's not going to go either way. With Ken there, it can potentially go Ivory's way. There's no Requiem online.
Is
Ken,
under attack.
he has the Atos. And B-Rabbit, this time around, he is not close to his tier 1 tower. The call down will be enough. Ken, though, will be the one to pick up the kill. Has the Atos. So there are 2 ways to play the Leshrac. One is the Blink Dagger, where you plant your... Well, you know, blink on top of the other side. The other one is the Atos, where you just hold someone in and walk towards them. And with the call down, with the Afterburner, with Drake having the Mystic Flare, all of these spells that make such good use of the Atos, it's no wonder why Ken did not go for the Blink, instead went for the Rod.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower is going to go down.
Fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Skull Lay. Well, Skull Lay is dead. And the thing is, anyone that gets caught in like this is always going to die, irrespective of who it is. Even the Razor, even KSH can't survive this much magical damage coming in, this many disables, this early on, unless he has a BKB, and that is exactly what's on his mind. He is only one more component and barely about 700 gold away from his BKB, and once he has that, perhaps YG will look to fight. But here's the thing, if you can get this Razor in the Berserker's Call and then throw down everything, Drake's Mystic Flare, Leshrac spells, the call down, KSH will still die, because it's a 3+ second call. Well, exactly a 3-second call. They decreased the duration, or rather, they actually increased the level 4 duration didn't change. This level 4, I'll have to hold that thought though. Does seem like an impending fight towards the back line. Teehee gets caught in. It's a Requiem to take out the Gyrocopter as they have brought Ken in, but Ken will realize he no longer has a team to support. It will be Ken who will fall, and Skill and Rick, who came in with him, will fall too. KSH will end up with a double kill and actually gets a dominating streak picked up. Tier 1 tower is going to go down. YG are in a position where 30 seconds later there is a Tormentor going to spawn on top of them, so they really just got it all.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh man, that was a massive win for YG. 2,500 gold they gained and 600 gold that Ivory lost. So it's a 3,000 net worth exchange overall. And the Tormentor's going to spawn. Unfortunately, YG did teleport away, so they won't be able to take the Tormentor down immediately, but they should be heading towards that location soon. YoungPH does have the blink, which he revealed in that previous fight. That's something that should give a bit of a pause to the Gyrocopter, as he too is looking for his BKB. YG will fall back. The question is, how do they commit to a fight without the Requiem? There's a hookshot, there's an Eye of the Storm available as well. Reel of Wonder too, so they have every ultimate apart from
Scanning.
that Requiem. Stampede comes online as well. B-Rabbit is revealing his position, so Ivory know going for the Tormentor is very risky. They don't want to drop low. They want to be at full HP to take an incoming fight. Actually, they're going to start the Tormentor. It's a hookshot, go in on towards Teehee. Wheel of Wonder gets sent out to Gyrocopter, activates his BKB and tries to turn around the fight, but it's a bit too late. KSH has already taken out Ken, and it's Rapido who will fall next with the Gyrocopter's BKB wearing off, so too will his life. Cannot escape out of this position. KSH has too much movement speed. Despite the stun from the neutral creep, one more plasma field will do the trick. A mega kill streak for the Razor. Tormentor was picked up by Ivory before they died there. So they do have the purification, the extra 65% heal that comes in, which is pretty good. The total heal now from that purification is around 500, 300 in at an instant, and around 200 after 3 seconds.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But YG are looking formidable right now. They have their Requiem up.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Level 17 Razor. It's scary because Ivory, they clearly have a way to take the Razor out, but only if they're the ones initiating. If they get initiated upon, KSH will have plenty of time to be able to activate his BKB. And at that point, even if you land the Berserker's Call on him, you can't burst him down with your Mystic Flare or Call Down or the plethora of spells the Leshrac comes in with.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Blaze here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
B-Rabbit. They're gonna start things off on the Centaur, although this is a very dubious attempt at a fight. He has the pipe, he has the blade wheel, he has so much to protect himself with. YoungPH is waiting for a target for the Requiem. Hookshot does miss though. Young PH still has a Requiem and a Leshrac. Is that going to charge forward on the Fear? Ken will go down first as Ivory will realize this fight may be a lost cause, but they're still going to hold their positions and try to fight as KHS goes in for a wraparound. Ivory, they've been isolated. Rapido and the Gyrocopter have no choice but to go on forward, but all they'll be able to find is that one kill on the Clockwork. This is not worth it at all. Ivory will collapse. 8,000 of a net worth advantage for YG. If 24 minutes in, a kill on the Clockwork of all heroes, I think... Oh, that is a bit of a disaster. YG will be able to acquire Roshan and the tempo. It is so difficult to reverse for if you're Ivory right now. What are your options? Gyrocopter needs so much more. He needs at least 7 to 8 minutes to be able to farm up to for that Daedalus, for that Hurricane Pike, and even then it may not be enough. The Leshrac needs a BKB and he needs it desperately. Rapido can line the call, but against a Raider that is this farmed up with this much experience, level 20 almost, Axe can't survive. Rapido, he got sniped by Lun coming in with a long-range hookshot. And there is no consolation prize to be found here. Rapido will just fall where he stands. There's going to be an incoming stampede on towards Drake. They didn't need to use that one, but might as well. As the prize will be a tier 2 tower thanks to the space they were able to make. 3v5, there's no way Ivory come to defend.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is going to go down. KSH. Still about 2.5 minutes on that Aegis means that YG have a choice. They can either go for the high ground now or they can take apart that last tier 2. But by doing so, they might run out of this Aegis time. Looks like they will go for the tier 2 as it is going to be a wave split apart. They won't have a mid lane wave to push in with. Top lane wave is also going to get pushed out, so more than likely they might be able to take a tier 2 tower, but they will lose the opportunity to seize that high ground with at least this first Aegis. The good thing is they don't need to rush. YG are in such a good position that they can simply wait for the next Roshan, farm up for now, go at that point with a Satanic, which will be up for KSH. Rapido this time around will not get hooked. He will be able to teleport away. Has a GD pollen bag. Drake will fall. Not too sure what the Skywrath mage was doing here. Flew out of control, I feel.
Dire are scanning.
Young PH now with the Aghanim Scepter, so that double Requiem. Whoever doesn't have a BKB, well,
Dire's bottom tower
they're gonna have to hold hands and pray at that point.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Sech will stack upon that tower, will be able to take it down. No Aegis for YG means that they're probably not going to look for a high ground siege. Don't want to give the opportunity away to Ivory for a comeback. Still though, only a 10,000 net worth advantage, as the Gyrocopter has managed to farm up that Hurricane Pike as well as that Daedalus. Maybe with that Satanic that he'll have next, they'll be in a position where they can fight back at YG, but it has to come down to the fact that Ken needs to stay alive. He needs to be able to put out enough damage so that both him and the Gyrocopter are a threat for YG. Right now, it doesn't seem like a threat as YG appear out of nowhere, and the Gyrocopter, you can see just how easily they can tear apart his wings. $1,400 net worth advantage for YG as the young PH even takes out Ken. He was trying to split the wave. Without their carry, without their mid laner, there is no chance that you can defend your barracks. Both of them do not possess a buyback, and it is impossible. You're just gonna have to let YG have a run at your base. Have them take apart whatever they... Honestly, whatever they feel like at the moment for the next 20 seconds, at least. Probably for the next 30 seconds, because the Gyrocopter surely is not going to go at it alone.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
They want to acquire 2 barracks, it seems, as... No, they'll actually target the range barracks first. Glyph will come out. The only question is, why is he here? Do they want to stay in this position? The Requiem will be back up in about 5 seconds. The Stampede is online once again. Escape Act will keep KSS safe. They're throwing a lot of spells on him, but he doesn't actually do anything. He has 3,500 HP, and then he has a Pipe of Insight added on top of that. That is a huge buffer of safety. Drake will get caught out. And... oh, it's Ivory who do come in with a response. However, their response is not as big as the one from YG. 3 heroes will instantly collapse. Drake will call GG as the rest of his team is going to follow pursuit. YG will acquire the 3rd game win, the debut series win over at EPL World Series Southeast Asia, as Ivory are going to be 1 series down. But it is a single group round-robin format, so there are plenty of more series to be played for Ivory, plenty of more series left for YG, so despite this win, they're not still in the green. You know, they're not guaranteed for the playoffs, although it would be a very big surprise if a team like YG, and to be fair, even though Ivory lost, if a team like Ivory did not make it into the playoffs, I do expect both of these 2 teams to be there in the playoffs. But for now, guys, we do have one more series. This was YG versus Ivory. We will have another series that is going to be between Team Essence and Team InterActive Philippines, and that will be coming up. Well, honestly, it will be coming up right now because we are behind on schedule. In about 10 or so minutes, we will resume with EPL World Series Southeast Asia, with InterActive Philippines playing at it against Team Essence in a best of 3, so make sure to stay tuned on in. we have the second series before us. Team Essence is a team that, you know, comes and goes, doesn't have that much success. I would say the same thing about InterActive Philippines, but what's interesting about Team Essence now is that they're actually coming in with another roster switch, right? I do recognize one player, which is DCMG, their position 3, but the other 3, I don't. Franz, Blue, as well as Z3. They don't have their Liquipedia, so I'm not exactly too sure. Don't have as much information on them. Lord Boons, I did go through his page. Some decent wins there. InterActive Philippines, though, this is, of course, a roster that no one needs a special introduction to. It is going to be Eris, their captain, who has gone to TI. It was, in fact, the very last TI, or the one that just happened a few months ago in September. Eris was with Team Nemesis back then. Shortly afterwards did depart Team Nemesis. But again, you have Jed as the position 1. Jed was the carry for Team Ivory. You have Barlow and Lewis. Barlow has been playing with IAP for a while. And then you have V as the position 3. So again, this is a much more known roster compared to Team Essence. I would expect InterActive Philippines to be the favorites here, although there are different things that can happen in the game because you have some X factors. You have the Largo coming in from Team Essence, InterActive Philippines. A scary draft, if I'm going to be honest. Razor plus the Undying means you can't escape if you get caught. You have the Disruptor for the Glimpse and the Static Storm against the Weaver. A really good ability against the Weaver. And on top of it all, you have the Faceless Void for the Chronosphere. So, Chrono plus Static Link, right? It's not really a scene all that often, but if you can make it work, that Static Link will drain away all of the damage. So even if you're not able to take someone down, you'll have a lot of damage going by your side. The someone who survives in the Chronosphere won't have any damage of their own. It is a pretty good setup by IAP. Not to mention Tombstone plus Chronosphere, Static Storm plus Chronosphere. It does seem like they have a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, we will see what Team Essence respond to this with. They do pick up a Queen of Pain, but it's not good enough so far. I do think the Queen of Pain has enough burst potential to take out a Disruptor, or maybe even the Faceless Void if they find more catch. Right now, they're lacking on that catch. There's no way to stop that Time Walk, unless the Weaver goes for something like an Orchid. But there's no heavy disable. I do very much think Essence are drafting themselves into a corner here. I'm struggling to see how they stop that Chrono, or how they plan on locking this Void down. We'll have to come down to the last pick here, but it'll be their offlane hero, or unless it'll be a support. Largo can be played either way. IAP do think it is an offlane pick yet remaining from Essence. We'll see if that is going to be the case.
Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Team Essence ban out the Ember Spirit as the IAP ban out the Axe. Still waiting on whoever is going to come out with that last pick. Essence
10 seconds remaining.
waiting for, or rather taking the sweet time with it. I mean, both teams do have plenty of reserve time. I don't think they're going to be pressed on that issue. But it's a strange position to be in when your team lacks so much lockdown. Your team also lacks that frontline. If this Largo isn't going to be a core, Largo is very tanky as a core hero. Even as a support is very tanky, but as a core, it's so difficult to take the Largo down because of the heals he's just sending out for himself and his team.
Radiant team.
Essence will pick up the Mars, so it will be a Largo support. It will be a Mars off lane and a Weaver carry with the Queen of Pain on that mid lane. I still do not fully like the Mars does solve a lot of their problems. It does give them that tank ability. It does provide them some disables. But is it enough is just what I'm wondering in my mind. InterActive Philippines pick up the Invoker. They pick up more control for their lineup. And again, when I take a look at both of these two drafts, I just straight up think this is a clear-cut outdraft by InterActive Philippines. I think that there's no way to lock down this Faceless Void apart from that skewer. And if you miss, it's all over. Because Jed can time walk out of the Chronosphere. Lewis, even though he's playing with the Sunstrike facet, after he gets some experience, or he's playing with the Agent of Galaron facet, after he gets some experience, he'll have some powerful tornadoes, some EMPs, you know, Cold Snap, and the works. Not to mention, because Team Essence are so squishy, even this Agent of Galaron facet can wipe anyone out. It just takes a Tornado, Chaos Meteor, Sunstrike combination to take out Z3, or maybe even the Queen of Pain if you blink in awkwardly. Not to mention, and okay, so here is the silver lining. Razor and Undying are supposed to dominate that offlane. However, they are playing against a Weaver. So maybe the Weaver can stay alive because there's no way you can get hit by the static link. You can just Sakushi and walk out of there. It's the Undying's Tombstone that is also going to be a relatively easier target to take down because you do have the Geminate attack. You have double attacks on the Tombstone. So there are ways that NSE himself can play. And their mid lane matchup should be going the way of the Queen of Pain. At the end of the day, Queen of Pain is supposed to dominate the lane against the Invoker. So at least for the laning phase, Team Essence do have options. But I feel like once you start rotating around as a unit, as a team, I think those options are going to run out. I think that Essence, they're not as strong as InterActive Philippines in a full 5v5 or even in multiplayer skirmishes. When you have 2 or heroes or 3 heroes going at it against 2 or 3, it doesn't seem favorable. I will see. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. That has happened quite often.
Wait.
Prepare for
You thought you
battle.
had me, didn't you?
Wait.
Hello, Tuyona, hello.
Itchy feet. That was perfect.
Eris on the Undying. Certainly the player with the most amount of experience out of anyone else. Going to TI is... I actually interviewed Eris. I interviewed both Mac and Eris. I do content on the side where I speak to pro players. I speak about, you know, what they're up to as far as Dota is concerned and all of that. So I interviewed Team Nemesis as they were going into TI, and Eris and Mac were the ones I spoke to. Really liked the candor, the candidness as well. It's do hope that, you know, these teams, they go on forward, they get to compete more. These players at the very least, you know, find somewhat of a home somewhere. Maybe IAP can, you know, charge up, because at the time when Eris went to TI, only 2 players had gone to TI from Nemesis at that point. So 3 of Nemesis players, I believe Eris included, never went to TI in the first, or rather never went to any big tournament. That was the first big tournament they qualified to. And, you know, suddenly you're playing and then you're at TI, everything's working out. Sure, you don't have a good result. That's okay. You're still competing. You're still in the pool. Maybe you can do that again, and then maybe you can have a better result. Over on that top side, NSC and Lord Boons. Largo is here. He'll use Lick On towards V to bring him back. It's Z3 who is also in trouble. I wonder who's gonna fall first. The fairy fire was not enough. Lord Boons will draw first blood. And we will pick up the kill on Z3, but only after he goes down. So did not get any experience out of that.
Razor.
And I actually expected this to be an Undying lane. I wonder why they sent the Weaver up, the Disruptor up here. Maybe it's because they want to use the time lapse, but the Undying would have been so strong in this lane. When we take a look at the lane the Undying is playing in, he's playing with the Faceless Void. This doesn't exactly, I mean, it's a strong lane, but isn't supposed to dominate. Jed just needs to farm. Faceless Void is incredibly weak in the laning phase. Sure, he has the time dilation, so he has some way to fight back. But this isn't what I had hoped for from InterActive Philippines. Just the potential they had to dominate that top lane with was too good to pass up. And right now, they're being passed up. Barlow is being passed around for food as NFC will pick up yet another kill. Or rather, no, it's the first kill. It was, if I recall, the Larigo to pick up the second kill. Or rather, the first. Mid lane blue is evened in terms of CS against Lewis. It does seem like Lewis is having a pretty okay time, I suppose. We'll see how this lane pans out because blue should be going ahead in terms of the last hits or actually dominating Lewis after a while. But right now he's not that far ahead. I mean, 18 to 14 is a lead, but it's not a significant lead. Things should change once he gets that Sonic Wave, or maybe when someone chooses to rotate towards that mid lane. Right now, Z3 doesn't have an option to rotate because rotating away from a position where the Undying, okay, speaking of the Undying, he is dead. He's a goner. Jed with the time walk in. Sunstrike though is going to be landing on its mark. Lewis will be able to pick up a kill across the board. Does get the experience from that too, so that's another thing to consider. Giving away Sunstrike kills gives a lot more than just gold. It also gives experience to the other side. So, or to Lewis, and grabbing experience across the map is definitely going to be helping you out. Even though the Queen of Pain had 5 more denies compared to Lewis, Lewis is nearly evened up in terms of experience. Actually, exactly even. NSC needs to be careful. He does not have his Sakuchi. Barlow, his Glimpse was on a 2-second cooldown, so wasn't able to use it in time. I suppose the kinetic field is a lot better than the Glimpse in the laning phase because you know that the Weaver is going to stay in a certain AoE around the creep wave. Boons has the lickety lick, the catchy lick. I would have preferred the lickety lick.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Mars going to get pushed back. Z3 isn't here. IAP IAP do know that Z3 isn't there because the Mars is going to go back to Z3 where there's a nice creep wave. Top lane, Lord Boons against Sunstrike going to land on its mark. Lewis to pick up yet another kill. NSE held in by that kinetic field but has the Sakuchi, should be able to make his escape. And he has a salve to replenish his HP afterwards. V is still chasing. He has the one. Is he going to drop down another plasma field? It does catch NSC, but he has another Sakuchi. However, his salve did get cancelled, so that's around 100 gold they did take away from NSC technically. They'll bring in another salve, so I suppose that's
Radiant are scanning.
not that bad. It seems like NSC now wants to go in. Lewis, in the meanwhile, was able to get a kill on blue. Can we survive from this position? NSC will most likely go in with yet another Sakuchi, and we should be the trade for that Queen of Pain across the board. But Lewis being able to get a kill, that is huge for Interactive Philippines. Now they can potentially look towards pushing the issue. Maybe pressing on this tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing would please me more.
Radiant are scanning.
Places, people.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
We
Stop me if you've heard this.
hasn't exactly dominated his lane despite playing the Razor, but this is to be expected when you pair him up with a Disruptor, so there must be some kind of a game plan in the minds of IAP. Lewis is at the very top of the net worth chart, expected considering the fact that he got 2 Sunstrike kills and a kill on his own lane, so he's clearly, for the moment, doing the heavy lifting. But 7 minutes in, both of these two teams will barely have warmed up by now. Lord Boons, Whoopi comes back. Blue, though, he'll come in with a Sonic Wave that will clean up Barlow. Lord Boons will be the trade as Lewis gets a dominating streak. 4th kill on the board for him. We'll have a Hand of Midas up soon, but for the Queen of Pain, that is a nice recovery considering the earlier death, and a nice use of the Sonic Wave.
Worthy tribute.
We once again in a bit of danger. NSC will have to go back, but with WoW coming in, the Mars has the Razor under wraps inside of the arena. NSC with a time lapse did not even feel the heat. It will be the Mars to pick up yet another kill on that Razor. And I have to say, from IAP, this laning phase performance has been slightly underwhelming considering my expectations from the team here, or of the team.
Are scanning.
And so far, Essence are definitely proving me wrong for the moment. They are playing this a lot better. Or at least playing this really well against a considerably strong team, I would say.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Proper blocking is paramount.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Getting in gear. Yes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lord Boons is going to fall here. I mean, Jed is here with the Chronosphere. Will actually drop it down. Catches the Ring Master of the Weaver and the Ring and the Largo. However, they've only been able to take Lord Boons down. The rest of Essence are still there.
Dire's
But Blue's presence, I think IAP will just disengage. They cannot press the issue against the Sonic Wave, so they will have to go back. In fact, it will be Blue, who will blink on very awkwardly, but it was a setup with the Mars coming in from the side. IAP did not expect that move, and now NSC, he has a clear path towards Barlow. Kinetic field is not going to save the Disruptor. Blue will end up with a double kill, despite of that looking so shaky, despite of that looking like a guaranteed death for him. He turned it around with the help of the Mars. Essence certainly playing with so much synergy against IAP. It is actually a very pleasant surprise. This is quite clearly a team that knows what they're doing. Razor coming in here from the offlane position is just gonna fall. Static link drain wasn't anything really. It was a level 1 static link. And at the end of the day, IAP, they're just getting pushed back. They're just being played around. Sunstrike. Oh, that was a great attempt by Lewis. 13 HP. The Weaver lives by 13 HP. That would have been so much gold going the way of the Invoker.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Lewis is doing really well. He is at the top of the network chart. You also have Jed, who is on the 4th place position. He's just below the Weaver. So
Dire's bottom tower is
things are by no means in a bad spot for IAP. It's just when they fight, it's problematic because you have the Arena, you have the Largo for the Dispel, you have the Sonic Wave 2. Pretty soon you'll have the Ringmaster's Escape Act. Right now, though, it is Blue caught in with the Static Storm, and there's no running out of that one. It's also Lord Boons who is going to get grabbed up. We will be able to find his recovery at the back of a solo kill.
A gift from the Tempest of God.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
What? No advance?
Eris is going to get pushed back and will go down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Come one, come all.
Dire are scanning.
NSC going to teleport towards that top side. Mars will be able to pick up the tower. So Essence have taken out 2 out of 3 tier 1 towers.
Pain without
But IAP have taken out all 3. So despite of it being a bit elusive, Essence, you know, with some of the way that they've taken these team fights, it has seemed like they've had more map control. But that is being taken away. Eris, though, is being taken away from IAP. However, Eris, no, he's all good. He's able to drop down that tombstone, heal himself back up, and activate that golem. We'll actually turn it around on towards Lord Boons, who is slowed down by all of these zombies, and with Barlow coming in, so too will Jed. Lord Boons is a goner. It is going to be a double kill for the Disruptor as the Queen of Pain falls towards that mid side. IAP certainly finding their rhythm now as Essence, they're beginning to crack. NSC did go for that Maelstrom build on the Weaver. This is one of the builds that it's okay because I see a lot of pro players going for the Maelstrom build, but I also see a lot of pro players going for the Desolator build. And I personally like the Desolator a lot more because it really feels like the Weaver's damage output does not scale up as well with the Maelstrom. There's just simply no damage available for you to win out these fights with. And that is going to start to become a problem. There's a big timing window where you're going to lack that damage. Right now, the Queen of Pain is going to be carrying the damage. Just that Sonic Wave Stream of Pain is too much for IAP to deal with. But sooner or later, you're going to need physical DPS to kick in. Particularly with Jed having quite honestly, a pretty decent game with the Faceless Void. 106 lost hits. It's not the fastest at the 15-minute mark, but at the end of the day, he's matching up the farm of the Weaver, and he has much more damage. The Chronosphere, the Time Lock. Chronosphere doesn't give you damage, but still you get free hits off on the other side. Jed? They were waiting for him to time walk, and now that he's used the time walk, they're gonna go in on him. Essence once again coming in with the synergy and taking apart Jed.
Radiant are scanning.
Places, people.
Barlow comes in. However, it's the Mars who's in trouble. Barlow will fall first. The escape act does keep the Mars safe, but now the Cataclysm drops down on top of that Chronosphere, and Essence will lose two of their heroes. It's the offlane, it's the support, and all they found is that Disruptor. Lord Boons is also in trouble, but does have a fair bit of movement speed, trying to sing his way to escape, but I don't think he's going to be allowed it. Lord Boons will fall.
Dire's middle tower.
Essence have lost 3. A 3,000 net worth advantage right now for Team Essence is, or rather for InterActive Philippines, it is scary. A lot of it is on Lewis, but also V, who was 0 and 3 right now, is at the second place position in terms of net worth. Is able to farm up like a beast. Pipe of Insight, Yasha readied up. It's so difficult to take this Razor down. And that point that I was bringing up earlier about the lack of physical damage is going to hurt Essence even more because of this pipe on Wii. So he's going to be absorbing the magical damage. And without the necessary physical damage, what options do Essence have? A wasted arena is definitely going to reduce their options even further. And that's the risky initiation. You don't get the Void in the arena, he just time walks out. You have to get the perfect skewer, which is a difficult requirement for any team. Because it's not just dependent on how good you are with the Mars, it's also dependent on how good the other side is with their escape. Right now, though, there's no escaping from the escape act. Sonic Wave on top 2, Lewis will fall. Razor is not nearby for that pipe. Tombstone will get taken out too, so Essence able to capitalize on IAP's lack of position. Or misposition, really. I don't think they should be venturing that far out without Wii. It doesn't help that they were on top of an observer ward, or maybe that observer ward was planted as they took that fight.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant
Tormentor is going to be picked up. And that will be a 4,000 advantage. Eris will now have that Tombstone save. So even if you do find a skewer, there's an additional save available for IAP. And it honestly feels like there's no way to avoid the critical mass that Interactive Philippines will eventually hit.
Scouting location.
Moss teleports to contest Roshan. Razor V is gonna go in first, but will get skewered. But Barlow came in with a kinetic field at the very last second. It's actually captured the Weaver. His Aegis will be forfeit. The Mars Arena has ran out too, as a Chronosphere gets dropped down and a Cataclysm on top. Essence will collapse. Lord Boons will be the only one, apart from the Queen of Pain, to escape that brutal onslaught. And they only found a disruptor. They lost Roshan as soon as they picked it up. I suppose it was a desperate Roshan more than anything else, because honestly, if IAP are inside of the Roche Fate Essence, they don't go in. They can't go in. Sure, they have that Ringmaster as well as that Arena, but I am not sure if that's enough damage to... it only takes one save to negate that entire sequence of events that Essence look for. Blue blinked into that one, will be able to blink out. Or rather, will Boone actually blink in? He has a regen rune, so this is actually Lewis in trouble. He'll blink in once more. Lewis will be able to dodge that Shadow Strike, but now Blue is in danger. Will end up going down. He thought he could get the outplay. Turns out that Interactive Philippines brought the outplay with just sheer amount of numbers. Sometimes it's not how well you play with one hero, it's how well a team plays with all three. Oh, we is in a bit of trouble, will actually go down. So this is a big kill they were able to get, but now that Barlow is going to come in, Cataclysm as well. It catches the Mars and the Ringmaster, and that leaves Jed to clean up the rest. NSC has fallen, Z3 will go down, and as Lewis will fall, the rest of Essence, or rather the only one from Essence remaining, is going to fall too. A full team wipe, 23 minutes in. Interactive Philippines on a 7,000 net worth advantage. No way to stop Jed from honestly becoming really strong on this Faceless Void. He is going to get hit critical mass. It is an inevitability at this point. Has the BKB built up, so even if you initiate, if he gets his BKB off, you're going to get hit by a Chronosphere, and it just feels like bad news every step of the way for Essence. Eris uses a Tombstone to keep himself safe. Blue once again in danger. Time dilation means that he can't blink out. Isn't even close to his BKB. Eris throwing out the voice line that, well, honestly, he is a part of that voice line. Ringmaster. It honestly feels brutal. It honestly feels like, even though the tier 2s are still standing, it kind of feels like it's over. And I very rarely say, call it like that this early on, but the comeback mechanisms are just so hard for Team Essence. It's a 75% win probability for Interactive Philippines, so unless they throw bodies at the other side and lose their entire lineup, it's very unlikely that Essence
Under attack.
will be able to find a comeback.
Bottom tower is under attack.
NSC went back for the Hurricane Pike, so I suppose that's some additional maneuverability, although maneuvering against a disruptor is very hard. So I'm not sure how much that Hurricane Pike is actually going to help him. He has the shard too, so that is a factor in his net worth, and with the shard, the Weaver farms up insanely fast. Probably can farm up as quick as a carry can with the Battle Fury. Or maybe as fast as this Void can with the Time Walk and the Mjolnir.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Tier 2 tower
Radiant's bottom tower.
now under threat.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Well, that's a decently easy tower to get. I, in essence, do not feel confident for a fight right now. Do have the BKB, they have the Guardian Greaves up for Lorgo. The heal that Lord Boons can provide is not something to be scoffed at. They have the Scepter on the Queen of Pain, so
Leader of this show.
this item does feel a bit of a mismatch. The Queen of Pain Scepter means that you want to go for an extended team fight. But an extended team fight works out for InterActive Philippines a whole lot better.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, BKB was actually used by the Mars. And they did not get anything out of it. Not exactly a good sign. And coming back to the point of the Queen of Pain Scepter, you need an extended team fight, but an extended team fight means that you have more static link, more spells from the Invoker, more decay stacks from the Undying. You have time walks everywhere, so... And in contrast, what your own team provides you is that Wheel of Wonder, that arena, you know, the spells coming in from like the Tame the Beast or the Lick, the Frog Stomp. A lot of these are just one-time spells. Sure, you can spam a few of them in the fight, like the daggers and maybe the licks. But they have the first 3 to 4 seconds of a team fight, after which IAP completely overrun them.
Tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lewis, will not go down. It's actually going to be the Queen of Pain. Blue is probably going to fall. He will blink out and does not have a teleport though. So where exactly is he going to go? He can blink towards the other side. There's no glimpse available, but there's a TPs. There's TPs coming in to the other side as well. Oh, this is just absolutely brutal. Over on the other side, it's Jed, who used his Chronosphere, wasn't able to get the Weaver, but does find Z3. That's actually twice now he's killed Z3 in the same lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And will now attempt to stack up against that tower. The rest of IAP are moving in to help Jed out. He's going for that Eye of Scotty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Ooh. Disruptor blinks away. Lord Boons. He is... Well... The amount of heal that Lord Boons provides is a lot, but the amount of damage the Razor can do when you're the only target he's going on is too much for anyone to heal from, really. NFC caught in by the Static Storm. It's a Meteor that'll drop on down on top of him, but the Mars comes in for that save. They've actually caught Lewis, but he has that BKB to survive with. and it's going to be disengagement from the Mars. NSC will be glimpsed back. He does have the Sakuchi though, so he should be okay. Barlow needs to find a way to make himself okay, but it's actually Jed who dropped down at Chronosphere with a level 20 talent kicking in. That's a plus 100 attack speed during that Chronosphere, and NSC did not have a chance. So despite of his team coming in to help him out, he still ends up going down. Oh, he has a pipe as well as a Crimson Guard, so this is a very ambitious effort from Essence to try and take him down, but it's just not happening. Mars will fall, Lord Boons will fall too, and he has 3,500 HP. He has a Crimson Guard, a Pipe of Insight, he has a Sanj and Yasha. Taking out this Razor requires everyone from your lineup, and even then it's not going to be easy. Even then you're going to have to throw pretty much everything you have. 18,000 of a net worth advantage. Second Roshan up for grabs, and I do not think Essence will come for a fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is falling.
Barracks is going to go by without any kind of a contest against an Aegis. What can you possibly do? Jed now has a Chronosphere as well, so that's an additional thing that they'll have to be very afraid of. Towards the backline, you do have Z3 smoked. You also had the Weaver there, but how do you wrap around into this lineup from IAP is the big question.
Dire's middle barracks.
They will come across the Undying. They'll miss the Swarm, but they'll actually catch Barlow with the Wheel of Wonder. This is a great initiation to start things off with. It's also Eris in trouble, but he'll come out with a Tombstone save. However, Blue as well as the Largo have already fallen. One of them will buy back, but the rest of Essence will just be cleaned up. NSE will fall in that static storm. And in the end, it will be a team wipe. Essence will have to call GG. NSE will be the one to recognize that. In the end, despite of that strong start coming up by Essence, it did seem like they were playing it really well. I feel like there were draft limitations, massive draft limitations from Team Essence. IAP did, I feel, play it better in that mid-game, that early to mid-game transition, but their draft is what allowed them to do that. I think it was always going to come down to a point where you hit critical mass on your Faceless Void, and suddenly it's too much for Essence. There's no way to take that Void out. Razor, who was shut down, was able to recover. Lewis was always having a great game. 3-4 Sunstrike kills in that by that 10-minute mark. It's everything was coming together for IAP, despite of nothing coming together early on. That's a strange outcome. However, for IAP, this was probably a series they were confident with heading into it. Let's see if they'll remain confident. Let's see if they'll be able to take that next game win, or if Essence will find a comeback. We will be back with the EPL, with EPL's World Series Southeast Asian Edition right after a short break. the EPL World Series Southeast Asia. This is season 12. It honestly doesn't feel like that long ago where I came on board with season 4, but we're already at season 12. Reconics have already transcended beyond a tier 2 to tier 3 stage, and they're now playing in the Blast Slam. Actually, their matches should have started by now, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. Meanwhile, these teams before us are still trying to break into the tier 1 stage. We see IAP contest the close qualifiers quite a bit, haven't been able to make it through. Eris did good at TI with Team Nemesis, but right now he's with IAP and looking to grind with his teammates currently to make it, or rather break through the stage. Team Essence,
Remaining.
Lord Boons, the only Wikipedia verified player. NSC did find the farm, blew his Blinkins. I wouldn't say were too overly ambitious. It did seem like IAP were just ready for the kind of blinks that Blue went for. Team Essence will pick up similar heroes, or rather the exact same heroes that InterActive Philippines picked up. There was no Wind Ranger, but there was a Razor and a Disruptor. IAP, though, they're going to play a Stardar. And the worrisome thing is that if this is going to be a Slardar on the offlane position, then you have a Razor to contest the Slardar with, and that is just brutal. If it's a Razor on the offlane, it's also brutal for the Morphling. Really, I think the Razor is such a good pick against what IAP have picked up, and because the Razor was the first pick, I would have really expected InterActive Philippines to be a bit wary about this. It seems like they don't really mind the Razor, when in fact they really should.
Radiant team ban.
You do have the Demonic Purge against the Tidehunter, so that's always going to be of value. And you'll have it against the Razor, who, if he, goes offlane and creates up those auras. InterActive Philippines.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
They ban out the Ancient Apparition.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
The puck is also going to get banned by Team Essence, as InterActive Philippines look for a lost pick.
Ten seconds remaining.
Or rather, a lost ban. I'm just not sure who they're going to ban. Is it going to be... I'm actually not sure. Maybe just the Queen of Pain again, because honestly, the Queen of Pain on Team Essence's side seems really strong right now. I didn't think it was all that strong in that previous game, but in this game, it does look like it should be a cop or a spirit. And really, whichever one you ban, they'll just pick the other. InterActive Philippines ban out the Storm Spirit, so right now Essence have an option. They can go for the Ember, they can go for the Void, or they can go for the Queen of Pain. The Void Spirit would give you a decent silence when you do get to that Scepter. Queen of Pain would give you burst damage. Storm Spirit would give you a bit of both. Some tempo, some control, and some damage. But the Ember Searing Chain can be broken by the Morphling's Manta style, so it's not that great. Not to mention, you need to be careful about picking up a spirit hero, because there are only melee spirits left. And IAP can very well choose to send the Slardar down towards the mid lane if it's an Ember or a Void and just absolutely crush that lane. So if you want to play it safe, you just pick up a Queen of Pain right now and be done with it.
Radiant team pick.
In the spirit.
They do go for that Ember. And IAP now have an option. They can position this to be a Slardar on that mid lane, or they can now pick up a different mid lane. I would expect this to be a mid lane Slardar because quite honestly, playing into a Razor on the off lane for a Slardar is just an absolute wash. I
5 seconds remaining.
would just recommend picking up a different offlane hero. Although most offlane heroes do lose to the Razor, unless you're going to go for a ranged offlane. To be fair, that can work, but not too many come to mind when you want to play against the Razor anyway. And there's a Disruptor, so you're going to get glimpsed back into the Razor. The Razor Disruptor combo, I was only skeptical about it because they had an Undying. In this game, the obvious combo should be the Razor and the Disruptor. Although it could also be a Wind Ranger carry for Essence. So don't really know what they're going to be exactly going for. But it probably will be just a support. InterActive Philippines pick up a Primal Beast. This is a pretty good hero against the Razor in the sense that your static, you can break the static link, but you're still going to get this glimpse back. So it will work. The onslaught will work against the glimpse only when the glimpse is level 1 or level 2. And that's simply because of the cost range limitation on that glimpse. And the onslaught is pretty fast. But you can just use the glimpse while the onslaught is channeling, to be fair. It will break the channeling and bring the Primal Beast back. Taking a look at both of these two drafts, though, I think this is a lot more 50-50. Last game, I thought that InterActive Philippines had the very strong outdraft. In this game, it does look pretty much even. And I do think that if Essence create themselves up a big lead, then perhaps they can actually stick to the lead because their heroes are a lot better for it. If the Razor pops off, like NSC did do really well on the Weaver last game, if he can do equally well on the Razor, then they're going to be in a very good spot. Mid lane matchup is obviously going to be deadly because you have that Slardar on that mid lane against the Ember. So even though Blue is level 29 on his Ember Spirit, this is probably going to be Lewis destroying him. I don't see how the Ember wins against the Slardar. At the same time,
Didn't you see me waving?
there is going to be a bit of a pause. Go call will be sounded out. And we will resume into it. I'm more interested in seeing what this offlane can do. V, who did struggle in that last game despite playing a lane dominator, now sure he recovered, he did amazing towards that later part of the game, but in the early game on the Razor, he was giving away too many kills. He was 0-3 at one point, and you honestly can't give that big of a lead to a Razor. We were sure you know doesn't snowball as effectively. Barlow unfortunately will get caught out. There is no escape for him. A disruption for the momentary or temporary pause on his death, but in the end it will be Essence who will draw the first blood.
The battle begins.
Z3 is okay. Z3 is the support. Kind of zoned out of that bit of information. Shadow Demon plus the Primal Beast. Now this is actually interesting because Shadow Demon's Disruption can technically break the Glimpse as well. You'll have to break the channeling of to be able to disrupt him, but it's better than getting Glimpse back. So I wonder how they'll make this work. It will definitely be interesting to see it in play. But I think as far as the trades are concerned, Barlow should be able to trade a lot better against Lord Boons. Right now, though, Barlow did get a hit by that plasma field, so took a lot of damage because of it. He should have sidestepped it better because he was just at the edge, so he actually took the maximum damage. He took 160 damage from it. So he should have sidestepped it and avoided that 160 in the first place. He could have been trading better, but now that he's so low, he'll have to eat a few tangos, probably one more to bring himself back up to around 400, 450 HP, where then he can start trading a bit better. He is just going to get zoned back. Mid lane Slaughter is expectedly dominating blue. The Ember is only on about 1 lost hit. Lewis is on about 6. And this is just awkward for the Ember Spirit, and will continue to be like that, because unless you bring in some significant help, I doubt that blue will be able to do much. And Essence should have expected this when they picked up the Ember Spirit, so the question is what their contingency strategy is going to be. Taking Wii out surely is going to help them, as it was Lord Boons to pick up the kill, but I'm assuming NSC got a fair bit of experience with that. Also should have gotten, well, 54 gold. It's not much. It's a little more than a creep kill. Z3, though, goes down towards that top side. InterActive Philippines able to trade across the map. And this time around, it was Jed to pick up a kill. So the Razor got 52. Jed got 159. As soon as the fight recap changes, it's not changing, so we'll avoid that. 159 goals. That's a difference and this was recently changed. In the 7.40 patch, you had the formula for the assist goal change. So assists now give you barely anything, scraps at the early to mid game, until someone has significant net worth. Blue.
Of course.
Or rather Jed.
Pretty sure it's this way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sticking around in the Lotus Pool. Does he want to stick around though? He does have the adaptive strength, but the kill shot will come. Z3 was waiting for the Morphling. And because the Morphling was stuck in this narrow corridor, it is impossible to miss
Top tower is under attack.
the power shot. He just cut it straight through. We will get glimpsed back. Lord Boons
As the arrow flies.
won't be able to stop that one. I mean, he tried. Essence currently do possess the advantage in terms of net worth, but don't really possess the advantage in terms of CS. Now, the Primal Beast is struggling compared to the Tidehunter, and I expect the struggle to continue because there's not much the Morphling can do against the Tidehunter. There's a lot the Razor can do against the Primal Beast. So it's essentially a trade-off. Essence are probably in a capacity where they can win 2 of the 3 lanes, or at least even out towards that bot lane. As towards the mid side, Lewis does not want to go in the tower because that would have meant a searing chain and he would never have been able to get the kill. Actually went for the bottle, interestingly. Oh, will actually glyph the creep as well as Z3 falls once more towards that bot lane. There's certainly, despite of this being a lane where Essence should be ahead, they're actually losing this lane because they're giving kills to the other side and convincingly winning their top lane because V has gone down once more. Not really going to be a good lane for V once again, but can he recover like he did last time around? That is going to be the ever looming question. Jed. No waveform available. Z3 though is trying to run. The Diamond is chasing after Eris. The kill shot was not successful, but the power shot has been used. And I feel like they want to go for the bigger kill. It's going to be on the Tide Hunter. One more waveform should do it, but they won't use the waveform for the kill on the Tide. They want to save it for Z3 as he'll go for a wraparound. He does have the boots of speed. Jed, can he land that waveform? Won't be able to catch the Wind Ranger. Will be able to take the courier though.
Has been killed.
I suppose that's better than nothing. But it's not nothing. They also took the Tide Hunter down, and Jed was not the one to get the kill there. You can see how little gold the assist gives. 64 gold to Jed for a kill on the off-lane Tide, who had about 2,000 net worth, which is honestly barely anything. Disruption is going to come out. Lord Boons, though, he does have the glimpse. He will glimpse the Primal Beast back, but NSC will go down regardless. And now we comes in with the onslaught. Doesn't actually crash on towards Lord Boons, so Boons will be able to walk out. But the big target has been taken down. It's the Razor, who was a threat, and he's been dealt with, at least for the momentary while.
Dire are scanning. I go.
At the same time,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Blue. Okay, Lewis is in trouble. Blue is completely safe. Blue will be able to pick up a kill. Lewis will go down, and once again, as IAP were able to get the big target down, it's Essence who are able to take a big target of their own. I wouldn't say the biggest target because that is going to be the Morphling. But perhaps actually, I would imagine Lewis is the biggest target right now because you want to delay his Blink Dagger
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
for as long as you can. And it does seem like he won't have a great Blink Dagger timing, but you can do that. You can take out both Lewis and Jed. And with the Morphling falling, was that a solo kill for Tide? No, actually, the Wind Ranger was there with a kill shot. I assume it was a Ravage plus kill shot combination that allowed that kill to happen.
Is under attack.
NSC is going to be safe. The Boglet coming up with the stun.
Let's do this. On it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pulverize on towards the Disruptor. NSC is nearby, so too is the Wind Ranger. Shackle is not going to land, but they do have the glimpse on top of that Primal Beast. However, Disruption is going to be there. We will stay alive, but can he stay alive for long? The Searing Chain is going to miss too. Essence will whiff everything. Great save coming out by the Shadow Demon. As E3 is going to fall. Those were 2 hits, 3 to take his life out. Lewis coming up with the recovery, has the power threads and a bit of spare change alongside it. So now he's going to start to go for his Blink Dagger. he did go for the soul ring, so that's, you know, around 800 gold that he essentially spent on that. Another 650 for the bottle, so it's 1450 gold for just those two starter kit items. Oh, Barlow, he's got a disruptor. With the disruption, Lord Boons won't be able to go anywhere. He is going to die, and NSC actually falls towards that top lane. I wonder who was nearby to actually take NSC out. It was just the Primal Beast. That was a solo kill on the Razor. Did not really expect we to pull that one off. Because honestly, the Primal Beast getting a kill on a solo Razor, surely NSC was probably already low, because you have the static link, you have the Eye of the Storm, but he couldn't even use the Eye of the Storm. Not a good look overall.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under
Jed is going to be caught, will attempt to waveform out, but the static link is there, and Jed will go down. There's just no escaping that. At the end of the day, though, it will be a tier 1 for a tier 1 tower, but coupled up with the kill, I think Essence will be more than happy with this.
Radiant's bottom
Glyph does keep the tower alive, and the topside tower has fallen, so Essence, or rather Interactive Philippines, they could have responded, but they will choose
Radiant's bottom
not to.
tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rush forth.
Lewis will be glimpsed back close to his Blink Dagger, but will be further away once Essence are done with him. Barlow also in trouble, will eat a Ravage, as it will be the Tidehunter will on a killing spree, and Essence have broken this through the space to acquire this additional tier 1 tower on this mid lane. For Interactive Philippines, they're surely going to have to play a lot faster, match the pace at which Essence are playing. And again, Essence, they're on a 2000 net worth advantage. They're in a pretty good position.
Bounty.
Leaves in my wake. As the wind blows.
Eris, he's going to be the first point of contact, but they don't want Eris. It's a lone Jakiro. They actually want Wei. Steering chains are there, but Wei will not be able to escape thanks to Z3's shackle shot kicking in. Interactive Philippines will once again lose 2. And the ownage call will come out. Essence on a 3000 net worth advantage. Right now, they are playing similar to that early game in game number 1, where they were just dominating Interactive Philippines. And again, I mentioned this in the drafting phase when the game started. Essence are playing heroes that scale up so much better than the heroes they had in the previous game. If they are able to build up a lead at this point on a hero like the Tidehunter, who's going to have that scepter, on a hero like the Razor, who has the Guardian Greaves, now can start building up to some additional items, maybe auras, maybe damage. Both of them are equally good options. Then Essence can actually close out the game easily. The one thing they'll have to contend with is that eventual Morphling, Jed, who isn't farmed up right now, but if Essence don't close this game out, Jed will be farmed up. And I have always thought of the Razor and the Morphling as very equal carries, despite of the Morphling being a very strong late game carry. And where Razor loses to most late game carries out there, he evens out with the Morphling. The Morphling will go in static link the Razor. Razor will static link the Morphling. They're just going to be draining each other's damage. And honestly, I think it's an even trade. The Eye of the Storm has a lot of DPS. Jed can't use that. He can only use the Plasma Field and the Static Link. It's all pretty good. You can even drop the Static Link down on top of the Tidehunter, to be fair. Just drain away all of his damage. The Static Link cannot be dispelled, so the Tidehunter can't dispel it away thanks to his blubber.
Dire are scanning.
Rule of invisibility.
Lewis again got out. Disruption is going to be there, but Lewis, can he possibly escape from this one? Not when Z3 has a say in it. He will use the shackle shot. Blue will be able to take him out with a sleight of fist. Barlow, once again, the one to fall alongside of Lewis. 4,000 of a lead right now, as it does seem like Interactive Philippines, they've fallen back to a strategy of just trying to farm up on that Morphling, get him to a capacity where he can carry the game, because plan A is essentially, it's one and the same thing. Because you want to be playing a 4 protect 1 strategy, but part of a 4 protect 1, there are two components of it. One is the aggressive strat, one is the defensive strat. The aggressive strat is designed to maximize space, where you're going for items like the Blink Dagger on the Slardar, the Primal Beast that you already have. You look to get kills across the board, you look to take towers and secure space for your Morphling. The defensive strat is just to make sure that you buy enough time for your Morphling and hope that that is going to be good enough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Disruptor grabbed up by the Pulverize. It hasn't taken him out though. The Ravage will come out in response. Disruption save is going to be there on top of Jed. Disruptor has fallen, but we will also go down. Jed has replicated himself into the Ember Spirit as the Morphling is going to waveform forward. Barlow will take out NSE. Jed is going on strong, and with no Ravage to fight back with Essence, they are going to lose this fight. Tidehunter, isolated and abandoned by the rest of his team, will be brought down. Barlow, of all players, will end up with a triple kill, despite of playing a support.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
1,700 gold going his way. However, there's going to be a fair bit of spare change going the way of Essence as they take out Eris. They also took out Wee, so essentially that's 2 kills. Eris bleeding a kill there is certainly not less than ideal. Oh, Wee? He forgot the Pulverize on top of the Disruptor. Lewis will actually miss the stun, but should be able to pick up the easy kill. And towards the side, Essence need to be careful because there's an Observer Ward actually watching over the Wind Ranger. Z3 will attempt to wind run away, but the only question is how far can he possibly run? It will be Wee to secure the kill, and that is essentially his entire Black King bar picked up. He was on 400 gold, but they fed him kills. Tidehunter once again picked up. Macropire dropped down too. Ice Spot to slow him down. Barlow coming in.
Radiant's middle
I am not sure what the Tidehunter was doing there.
My purpose
Dire's
set.
top tower is under attack.
I gust onward.
Morphling. Jed is going to be in a world of trouble. Will end up going down. Great kill to find, despite of the fact that they had an observer ward here. So even that too is going to be dewarded by Lord Boons himself. And they will head inside of the Roche Pit. Or they won't. They will go around the Roche Pit. They will head around. NSC is also going to head around the Roche Pit. I would have been happier one of them went in, you know, just to... And then they could have gone around it. It's fine. But I suppose the idea is that they want to focus on a Tormentor as an objective rather than Roshan at this stage, because honestly, Morphling respawns very quickly. They can't take control of an outpost. So attempting Roshan would have taken too much time, and there could have been teleports, and you may not have been able to get the Tormentor. So good read by Essence. When I say good read, I just mean taking Roshan would have been perhaps a foolhardy idea.
Pretty sure it's this one. As the wind blows.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tormentor is going to be picked up. Lord Boons will grab the shard. It's a great shard for Lord Boons to get, actually. The Thunderstrike, the ground targeted Thunderstrike, now landing the glimpses will be easier. It gives you so much vision because you can plant it on choke points. If you plant the ground target Thunderstrike over here, anyone who passes by here will get picked up. The Thunderstrike will attach on towards them, so you know. It works through the smoke. It gives you vision in a tiny blip, I suppose. I think. I'm not 100% on that.
Dire are scared.
Oh, Disruptor, Lord Boons in trouble, will fall. Static Storm was dropped down at the last moment as the Ember Spirit Blue will attempt to Remnant away. Tidehunter is coming in. He does have a Ravage, but held back by Eris's Ice Path. Meanwhile, Wee isn't here. He's farming up for his Aghanim Scepter.
I go.
I think they have to be careful because Essence quite honestly lack damage right now. And I feel like this was a problem they ran into last time too. I know I said auras are fine, but
Do this.
where is the damage supposed to come from? Is it the Ember? No, the Ember is magic damage build. So there's quite literally no physical damage on Essence right now. So if this Morphling were to get a Butterfly, or rather, if this Morphling were to get a BKB, then he is honestly Jet is going to be immune for 9 whole seconds as long as he doesn't get hit by the static link.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
On. My purpose set.
Ice Path placed down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
Tier 2 tower though could be a potential target.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
On it.
Radiant are scanning.
Lewis is going to walk in first. He does have the BKB. Ravage is going to be sent out, but doesn't actually catch anyone. Wee is going to grab the Razor up with the Pulverize. Essence, they are being collapsed upon, and they will lose their Razor. Hunter has nowhere to go. Z3 throws out the focus fire to do what little he can, but in the end, it will not be enough. Essence will still lose the fight. Z3 will be able to teleport away, but in the end, Dave will give up Roshan. And honestly, the Ravage, a bit lackluster. InterActive Philippines, all they had to do was get vision on top of Essence, and the fight was over to begin with. Oh man, this was not looking too good.
My
Wow. Quite honestly, he's going to be wowed. Demonic Purge on top of him. Although he does not really falter to that, Lewis is going to come in. They're going to need a lot more damage to be able to bring this Tidehunter down. It's going to be Jen who'll actually waveform forward. Now, he does have the BKB, but he has a static link on top of him and has very little damage to play with. But they'll actually turn it on top of NSC. He's going to get bashed down. Jet still holding on strong, will waveform forward, able to take out all three of S's who were there. It's Lewis to end up with a triple kill, and they couldn't touch Jed. I thought for sure the Morphling's life was forfeit, but quite clearly Jed calculated that down to a T. He knew exactly how much fuel he had in the tank. This is a pretty healthy performance coming out by InterActive Philippines. Lewis will waveform forward. NSC, nowhere to go, will fall where he stands. Tidehunter is going to go in, but the question is, do you drop the Ravage down here? You don't have a team to fight with. Lord Boons is going to get executed towards that backline, and it's a shackle, not by the Wind Ranger, but by Jed. On top of blue, Tidehunter struggling to do anything, will drop a Ravage, but all they'll find is Barlow. In the end, Z3 will once again be able to teleport away. But InterActive Philippines, now they're on to a 9,000 net worth advantage. And the question is, with no Razor to play with, he doesn't have the damage. What are Essence's options right now? It feels like it's the same scenario as that previous game where they started off really strong. But InterActive Philippines are able to snatch the lead right from under Essence.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower. Radiant are scanning.
We is gonna jump in and they will grab up the Tide Hunter, attempt to burst him down, and will be successful in doing so. Jed has the static link on top of him, but question is, does he really care? He has an Aegis for the next 50 seconds. It's towards the side there. They catch Lord Boons. He will go down. Blue needs to find an escape. Has a remnant, can go for it, but he's remnanted back. Turned out his escape pathway was not secure. He will be able to go back to the base though. As Jed turns his attention towards the barracks, that's what they really came in here for. The kill shot will actually take out his first life. And maybe Essence can actually hold the base here. It's really hard because they don't actually have two of their heroes. They'll catch the Wind Ranger, take him out. Tide Hunter will respawn into the game. But they've already lost their barracks, or at least the one melee barracks. Blue. Oh.
Pretty sure it's this way. Of course.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Blue won't get caught. It's actually Barlow who will get caught. Lewis, though, he goes in. He has the BKB, but it'll be we who take out the disruptors. Supports have been traded out as Lewis turns it around with the BKB. Eris is coming in from the backline with the Ice Spot. He actually catches the two. It actually clips the Ember Spirit as well on his way back. Tide Hunter will go down. It's Z3 this time around who will not be able to teleport away. Jed will be able to pick up the kill. This time, it's a triple kill for the Morphling. And this game is coming to its inevitable end with 90% win probability for InterActive Philippines. Really do not see a way Essence can fight back. They don't have the damage on that Razor. They just have... I feel like he should have itemized differently after the pipe. Maybe a Mjolnir instead of the Mantis style would have gone further, but it's still a very difficult call to make in the moment when you're trying to itemize.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
On towards the lost lane of barracks.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Comforting boon of regeneration.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
My
Dire
purpose
are
is set.
scanning.
Another initiation? But this time around, it's actually the Ember who just gets grabbed up. Again, we was struggling in the start, but this guy, he certainly knows how to find his recovery. He is 20,000 in terms of net worth right now. He's above that of Lewis. NSC will call it 33 minutes in. Essence give up the game, give up the series. InterActive Philippines sweeping Essence under the rug. Essence, though, they run into. I speak a lot of. I speak to a lot of pro players. I've spoken to 343, who's the coach of OG. I've spoken to Eris himself as well, in just for interview purposes, and a lot of people mention that Southeast Asian teams, they do so well in the early game. We saw Essence just crushing Interactive Philippines all across the board, but it's the transitions where teams struggle. In particular in Southeast Asia, where closing out the game, is an entirely different task. It seems daunting to, just from taking a look at the perspective as I'm casting, I see both the teams, I see the entire map, and closing out the game, maintaining your lead. These are things that Southeast Asian teams do need to work on. But we have an entire tournament, and we over at EPL, they bring you regular Southeast Asian seasons every single month. So these teams do obviously get their practice in. Let's see, though, if Essence will be able to improve and find a comeback, because quite honestly, there's a lot of matches to be played, so you have a good shot at making it into the playoffs. 1 series loss, 2 series loss, even 3 series losses do not mean that you're out of the tournament. I do wish both Interactive Philippines and Team Essence the best of luck, as both Interactive Philippines and Yangon Galacticos are going to be at the very top of the group stage chart, with IAP being slightly further ahead, because this was a 2-0 win rather than a 2-1 win that YG got. For now, this is going to be it, guys. You can tune into I believe the European stream is going to be turning on, so you can tune into that for some EPL European action. Meanwhile, for Southeast Asia, this is your host, Chaltris. I will be signing out, but we will see you again tomorrow at the same time, 12 p.m. Singaporean time, as we resume with the EPL World Series Southeast Asian edition, the matches for tomorrow. So see you all then.